All right, so I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, NERC Fellow and Chief Engineer Mark Lobby.
We're at EPRI, and I think we had a few meetings here. And I'm delighted to be here again, and thank you, Georgia Power Southern Company, for hosting us here today. We're talking about energy today, and it reminds me of, good to know how we got here. And of course, that means that you have to start with me in 1979, actually. I used to run loss of load expectation studies for the Mid-Continent Area Power Pool, and was basically the Midwestern part of the United States. And I used to always get perturbed when people would say, well, that 15% reserve margin is not a probabilistic number. It is, in fact, a probabilistic number based on 1 in 10. And 1 in 10 came to be because in 1947, a guy named Wichhorn wrote a paper, and it was really kind of building off the Calabrese's work. And he said, well, approximately 1 in 8 or 1 in 10 engineers like decades. So we'll just do this one event in years. And it was one event. Oh, I got you. Keep talking? Okay, thank you. And because, well, we didn't have enough storage, so we only could really model one daily peak for calculation and not hourly. And it was one event because within 24 hours, everybody would be able to get back in in 24 hours, right? So that was going to be good enough at the time. And I even remember a discourse between the two around this idea. Well, why don't you include emergency procedures? It says which one, the Calabrese, in your calculation of 1 in 10. And Calabrese says, well, if you always want to operate when you're in an emergency, maybe then you can, but otherwise you'd rather not. So it made a lot of sense at the time. And this became into being because PJM said, you got to do this after the 65 blackout. They picked up on Wichhorn's ideas and built 1 in 10 as a design basis. And it's a capacity number, right? It's based on your capacity, and it's really kind of cool. And it's really actually quite easy. I cut my teeth doing reliability analysis and, composite system reliability. We had gap and Trellis. I was project manager of that at EPRI, and in fact, Southern Company used to pick up on doing some of that work. And it really kind of was an exciting time for me because I could actually understand it. It was quite simple. 4 rate for 1 unit, you stack one on top of the other. And when they all became less load, you had your loss of load event, right? And it was quite simple because you're making some basic assumptions. Some of the assumptions included things like you had fuel, always have fuel. You can get the maximum capacity out of the unit. Sometimes you would derate it for season. It was urge ratings back in the day. You get a certain amount out of a machine. But basically, what the nameplate was is what you could count on. There were some coal strikes. There were some floods where there was some concern about getting coal across the United States. And you had enough time many times to kind of go get a barge or another railroad, or somehow be able to restock your 90, your back 40 acres with 90 days of fuel. And of course, complementing that was nuclear plants, which, by the way, when they came out, nobody liked them because you had to carry so much reserve. Lose one large 1,000 megawatt unit, you had to carry reserves on 1.5 times a large unit. Of course, now folks kind of, I like them to the base load. We were fortunate in Savannah to go see Vogtle last week, Monday. What a treat for engineers. It's like, wow, really cool. But anyway, so, this kind of held us in good stead for many years, this capacity calculation. And so we started seeing some kind of challenges there when we would talk about variable energy resources. Back in the day, it was kind of a hobby. If you lost a few, so what? Your plants could easily adjust to the loss of wind and solar because it wasn't that much. But as we got more and more on the system, of course, you start seeing a couple of things. I'll put the operational reliability challenges away. Remember, the reliability equals energy, right? Or capacity equals, it gave you energy, and it also gave you the operational reliability, voltage bars, frequency, all that cool stuff, and then also energy. So we're focusing on the energy part of the equation because I could spend another hour talking about the challenges of variable generation and asynchronous generation on our system and how we have to change the way we design the system. from those perspectives. But right now, how do we design a system that is now energy constrained? Our colleagues in Canada have a lot of experience in this area, right? Because they've had to deal with that with hydropower for many years. So these are long-term droughts and energy constrained facilities. Now we have to do that on an hour-by-hour basis. And so that's how we try to start getting to some of the risks. We also now have a system that's very dependent on gas. And during the recent cold spell, thank goodness we got through it very well. I think there's a lot of good operational planning there. I think and some get the gas that did actually winterize. I think, like for example, they have there's a voluntary guideline in the Appalachian fields, and I think they probably followed that well. Yet we did see substantial well freeze offs in east of Texas and Louisiana in the Permian Basin. So again, something to be considering, because this is just-in-time delivery. We have to plan ahead. We have to make sure we make those kind of bets and make sure that fuel is going to be available. And I think they did a great job of that, certainly at PG&E and some of the other organizations too. But again, it is one of those things. How do we change the way we operate for that energy constrained system? How do we change the way we plan that system? And so I know we're going to be talking a little bit about the planning side. We've already worked together with industry to put together an operational reliability energy effort, which basically says, make sure you have where you're going to get your energy from based on the weather patterns you're seeing before you and patterns you're seeing before you. And there's a lot of uncertainty there, right? It's not only certainty on weather, but also uncertainty on load and how it's going to react during this kind of weather. So, one thing that I have to say about the power system planning of today is dealing with uncertainty, managing uncertainty, making sure that you're spending funds wisely on one hand, because obviously that's very important. And I don't want to use the buzzword affordability, but it's always been within utilities that they try to make sure they do things in effective, efficient ways, but also that it's reliable too. And we'll be hearing today on some number of aspects. One, of course, I get the pleasure of chairing a session on how states currently treat energy assurance within their adequacy processes. And because we see energy as an output of capacity, just like VARs are, current, frequency. Examine whether existing analytical methods, not methodologies, I don't like methodologies, are sufficient to identify unacceptable energy risk. I saw the methodologies in the standards. Methodology is a science of methods. And engineers like to say methodology, big word. Anyway, and explore how mitigation strategies can be structured to remain flexible while being effective. This workshop is not really about, prescribing a solution. In fact, many of you know that our standards pretty much try to shy away from that. There are some times where we have to be prescriptive, to include but not limited to. But generally, we're looking for performance. How do you get there? It's really going to be up to you. And so we're really looking for one of those kind of options, kind of share understanding what the problem is that we're trying to solve, making sure that we can develop some risk-informed approaches to reflect the realities of this transforming system, to be ahead of it. Be ahead of the problems. And I don't have, you've all seen the data before where certain events where you have so much capacity, but then how much energy were you able to get during those events? And we're continuing to start monitoring those and actually kind of documenting those. I just read over the weekend a incident report, we call them, because even though load was shed, it was in areas where we saw some energy limitations in pockets. And many times these pockets are having kind of a transforming generation. They'll have wind in them, they'll have solar in them, they'll have gas turbines in them, and they'll have limited transmission capability. And within these pockets, sometimes we're seeing some events. They kind of quoted out 2 or 3. And we're seeing those more often. We're seeing also the number of outages and load energy loss kind of rising. And so we working with the National Academy of Engineering, NERC developed a set of metrics in their long-term reliability assessment that we use to say, well, if you're below this or above that, you may be riskier than if you had more. Usually it's a normalized expected unserved energy of 20 parts per million or 0.002. or loss of load expectation, loss of load hours of 2.4 hours, which shockingly, if you multiply times 10, it's 24 hours. That's just for the math. So I'm really looking forward to today's discussions. I kind of gave you a little bit of a history of how we got here and how the resource mix is changing. So therefore, we need to figure out, well, how do we manage the performance of that system through standards? I think the standard that's been developed there looks excellent. I'm sure we're getting some very good input from folks, see how we can manage and improve the standard, make it useful to industry, make it useful to the states who have to take on these kind of measures and understanding what the resource mix is, as well as, for that matter, if you look at transmission planning, TPL, we have a set of scenarios, line to ground fault with a stuck breaker, that systems need to be able to withstand and correct if they can't. So looking forward to the conversation today and the questions. And be generous with those questions. Even if we can't get to them, we will, I know, get to them online with an FAQ. And looking forward to, you only give me time to go for another hour. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mark. So next on the agenda here, I do have the chairs, Mina Turner and Ash Mayfield, that will provide a drafting team overview. And that does include the ballot results, and then a bit of a discussion on the Federal Power Act 215. So I'll bring up now Mina and Ash. And as they come up to the front of the room, I would just like to say a quick reminder that their microphones are in the ceiling, so it will pick up on all of the conversations. So please keep the discussions to a minimum. All right. Thank you.
Hello? There you go. Hi, I'm Mina Turner with AEP, and I'm the chair of the project 2024-02. Just wanted to introduce the drafting team, which is the next slide. Okay, so these are all the drafting team members. Ash is the vice chair, I'm the chair, and we have a really good mix of folks on the drafting team. Thank you to NERC for picking all of us to work on this project. So we went out for initial ballot, and before we actually went out to ballot, there was a lot of outreach done on the standard. Ballot closed December 10th of last year. So the standard got 17.7% approval. The implementation plan got 22% approval. We're going to be working on the draft again tomorrow and day after, and hopefully when we go out for our next ballot, it will be a little more successful than 17.7%. So next slide. So in this workshop, the themes that will be discussed that we got from the comments, the clarification of responsibilities of the planning coordinators, resource planners, and transmission planners. Many of the state commission stakeholders did not like the enforceable maps and the reliability risk thresholds encroaching on the state's rights and the Federal Power Act. We're going to be looking at different mitigation options, language changes to the draft. There was broad support for enhancing the long-term energy assessments, but definitely opposition on enforceable actions. So also conflict with the existing regulatory process. That was another one. The overlap with IRP and et cetera. So, and state mandates. And I'm going to turn it over to Ash, who will cover the things that will not be discussed in this.
Well, good morning. You guys hear me okay? Excellent. Thank you so much for being here. There's a lot of places you could be, a lot of things you could be doing, but we're here together and that's cool. I feel like we can do some really good things, have a really effective workshop here together. It's hard to see that end of the room. It's kind of hard to see this end of the room, but we're going to get through this. As part of getting the most value from this time that we have together, we prioritize the types of things that we thought could extract the most value, and we save for later or save for other times, other matters that are important. There's a lot of stuff that's important here. Some of these things we saved for later, for the drafting team to cover later, for the drafting team in collaboration with industry to cover. And so one of those things, if you've ever had a baby or gotten a dog, we know that names are important. Names are important. We're not going to talk about naming convention today. We're going to continue to work on this. We've gotten some comments about this, and we're going to continue to refine this, but we're not spending our time together today to sort out what the name and what the family of this particular standard should be. Next slide, please. We got some comments that indicated perhaps we could do a little bit better defining terms. That's fair, but I don't know that it's our very best use of time to debate about where the commas should be in the defined terms. We're going to continue to work on this. As a drafting team, we're going to have outreach about this, but we're not going to spend our time together today fine-tuning specifically what these defined terms ought to be. Implementation. Plenty of comments about implementation, some really good feedback about that. A lot of folks thought that 24 months might be too short. Maybe 36 months was a better fit. Maybe a phased implementation is a better fit. Valid feedback, a very important item. But again, we're going to punt this one to the drafting team. We're going to continue to work on this. We're going to refine the implementation approach. And we're going to save the conversation today for the things that are maybe best suited for an in-person format, an in-person workshop like this. Likewise, all of us care. I mean, I know that perhaps some of us have a lot of extra time on our hands, but a lot of us don't have extra time on our hands. We want an efficient, workable standard. We want to avoid redundancies where we can. And so we care, the drafting team cares about efficiency. We hear your comments. We're going to continue to refine this. We're going to look for ways to improve efficiency and eliminate redundancies. But we're not going to do it at the table today. We hear you. It's important. We're going to handle it, but not in this particular form. Last but not least, we got quite a bit of feedback about Section 215 and the jurisdictional limitations that 215 creates. This came up early, often for the drafting team because federalism matters. States' rights matter. The will of Congress matters. This stuff is important. It's vital to what we do. And so we tried to focus the standard on planning, situational awareness, possible mitigation, and avoid requiring new facilities or enlarged facilities. Now, the good folks at NERC Legal are going to chat about this next, actually, much more articulately than me. Much. But I want you to know, and the drafting team wants you to know, that this is top of mind for us. We talk about this a lot. We grappled about this, and we appreciate the comments about this. We appreciate the support. We appreciate the criticism. We appreciate it all. Because the more comments we get, more criticism we get, the better we're going to be, the better standard we're going to get, the better as a drafting team we're going to be. So thank you very much. Thank you for the comments. Thank you for identifying areas of improvement and for being here today. And I will hand the microphone off gladly to the next speaker.
One thing I neglected to mention, easy for me to do that, when you get my age. I wrote the first white paper on energy limitations back in 2000. And then we socialized that with ISO RTO And so, and they all had comments and we worked on that. Took about a year. And then we took that white paper to the RSTC. And the RSTC then formed the Energy Reliability Assessment Task Force to lay out the way forward. What was the challenge? And what are the three horizons, right? Which is operations, operational planning, and then long-term planning. We had time around that. And then they developed the report that they issued to the RSTC. And then the RSTC, they submitted SARs to them. The Reliability Security Technical Committee, and then those SARs were then submitted to the Standards Committee. I thought I should put that piece in RSA. Thank you, Mark.
Hello, can you all hear me? I'm Alan Rago with NERC Legal, and I've been working with Dominique and the drafting team to support the development of this standard. And I'm just going to provide a high-level overview of what our intentions were with drafting the standard and try to set the overview and the framework for our discussion with these panels and what our goals were so we can all be on the same page in determining how we can get to that endpoint of achieving long-term reliability of the standard. So, next slide. So yeah, starting off with Section 215 of the Federal Power Act, as we all know, NERC has a duty to ensure the reliable operation of the power system and has authority over the users, owners, and operators of bulk power system. That being said, NERC's authority is limited, and Section 215 specifically states that NERC as the ERO cannot order the construction or additional generation transmission capacity or enforce standards with adequacy or safety of electric facilities, as this falls within the state's authority. And as Mark and Ash had stated, this is something that we've been grappling with, and obviously it's not our intention to go beyond NERC's authority, the standard, so we want to make sure that there's no confusion or even the perception that what the standard is doing is go beyond what NERC is allowed to do under our authority with Section 215. So go to the next slide. We can into what our intentions were with drafting the standard. So what we want to do is we want to be able to determine any and forecast any reliability risks in a long-term time horizon. So anything beyond 1 year from when the assessment begins. We want to ensure that the risks that are identified through the long-term ERA process are either addressed, so they're mitigated, or they are communicated to their appropriate state regulator. We want to do this to ensure that the state regulators are aware of any reliability risk that falls within their authority, specifically with regards to resource adequacy. And we want to make sure we want to do this to really reinforce the state's authority and their ability to address any adequacy concerns that are identified. And we want to make sure that those are provided to the regulator, and then they can determine whatever they believe is necessary or appropriate to address those risks without, any oversight or, influence from NERC. Just is really for communication and awareness to those state regulators. Go to the next slide. So currently, as the standard is drafted, what is required is the planning coordinator would be required to develop and perform a long-term ERA. And that would be to determine over a 12 consecutive month period any reliability risks that are determined in that time frame. They'd be required to develop a criteria to determine what are unacceptable levels of risk when they are evaluating the results of that long-term ERA. They would also be required to provide those results to their applicable state regulator, as well as to the resource planner and transmission planner in the portion of the system where those risks were identified. And then we get into the corrective action plan, which is like the biggest point of contention that we saw from our comment period and industry feedback. Was this potentially going beyond NERC's authority under Section 215? So what's actually required with the corrective action plan would be to mitigating actions for the resource planner and the transmission planner, mitigating actions that they can directly address themselves without working with any other entity, anything that they can do themselves. The expectation would be there would be mitigating actions for those risks. Anything that's beyond what the resource planner and transmission planner can do themselves, the expectation would be that they would be able to provide any recommendations to address those and then provide that to their state regulator as a full portion, as a full package as that cap. So all their mitigating actions that they've taken and any recommendations they have for any risks that are outside of what they can directly do themselves. And then if we go to the next slide for what our intentions were directly with those corrective action plans. We'll go to the next slide. Okay. There we go. Okay. So our intention with developing those corrective action plans. So the corrective action plan would not require any specific adequacy threshold or anything like that to be met. And there wouldn't even be any specific actions. The discretion of how to address those risks would fully fall to resource planner, the transmission planner, of how they want to address the risks that fall within their authority. And then obviously anything outside of that would go to the states and their discretion fully without any, oversight or input from NERC as to how to address those risks. So again, the goal is to have the reliability risks that are addressed, have any reliability risks that are directly within resource planner or transmission planner's ability to be mitigated. Any risks that are outside of their authority to be communicated to their applicable state regulator. And then with regards to their compliance, talking with compliance staff who has also been involved with this drafting team, we want to make it clear that the ERO would only be reviewing those caps to see that the mitigating actions that can be done by the resource planner and transmission planner have been done or they have begun, and that the communication has taken place between the resource planner and transmission planner to their state regulator with any recommended actions that they have. That would be the extent of NERC's involvement with the corrective action plan or compliance wise. So it wouldn't be trying to go into anything that the state's doing or beyond reviewing those recommendations that have been provided by the resource planner or transmission planner. And we want to, obviously, we're open to making revisions, softening the language or anything like that to ensure that there's no confusion or a perception that this standard is going beyond what NERC is allowed to do under section 215. All right. And with that, that's a quick high-level overview and trying to set the stage for our discussions so we can make this standard as efficient as possible and be able to help states and reinforce their ability to ensure resource adequacy without obviously going beyond what is allowed under Section 215 of the Federal Power Act. With that, I'll pass that to Dominique and get started with our panel discussions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Alan. All right, so at this moment, we'll go ahead and jump into our panel one. So if the moderator and our panelists could please make your way to the center stage. And as an overview, panel one is titled State Regulation of Resource Adequacy and Energy Assurance. Panelists will provide presentations and then there will be a discussion on state authority and practices related to energy assurance and how those practices interact and impact resource adequacy planning at the state level.
You can stand up. The head of the panel goes.
Oh, yeah. It's a good, trying to get out of the sun. March.
Well, welcome, everybody. I'm really excited about this panel because it gives us an opportunity to really learn about the different ways and approaches. When NERC started doing long-term reliability assessments, when I started doing long-term reliability assessments in 2007, and by the way, I predicted that we would run out of gas and that we'd have to build a pile of coal plants because we were running out of conventional gas. Of course, that technology changed, innovation changed. And so these are not forecasts of reality. They are just risk assessments. But we decided, how do we know what's high, what's a good reserve margin to plan to? And I just kind of called upon my history at MAP and said 15% for thermal systems and 10% for hydro. And if you had an organization had a different number that you were planning to, that's fine. Tell us what it is. And then we'll use that as a marker for are you above it or below it, and identify that as an area of risk. And it's a similar thing right now. For example, we use the normalized expected unserved energy level of 0.002% of total energy. If it's the wrong number, tell us what the right number is for you. We got to put something out there to start with and iterate toward. And it reminds me a little bit of how we, as an industry got to the 1 in 10 we'll come to a set of numbers that work for regions and subregions, depending on their resource mix and market situation. So today we'll start going through. We'll have 3 in-person presentations. Then we have 3 remote presentations. I'll ask a couple of questions, and then we'll be looking for you and folks on the line to pepper us, as I said, pepper us with more questions and thoughts. So I think the order we have here is Marcus. I know you didn't want to go first. No, Marcus, University of Wisconsin. Now that's religion here. I mean, I'm a Bucky, Bucky Badger. I started there, and then I went to the Gophers. For some reason or another, we like rodents. That is, but anyway, Marcus.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I'm a singular rodent for me. Good morning, everyone. Marcus Hawkins. I'm a commissioner at the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin, and today I'm actually here on behalf of the organization of MISO states, and that's the association of our regulators in the MISO region. And in that venue, I chair their resource adequacy committee. So a lot of the work that I do in this space is through OMS and not just at the commission. So disclaimers, as I'm a regulator, I always have a bucket of disclaimers. I do not speak on behalf of the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin. We speak through our orders, and we are not in an open meeting ordering things out today. So I'm not officially speaking on behalf of the commission. I am here on behalf of OMS, and I'll reference some of the positions we took. We did vote and approve a set of comments that we submitted in the informal sort of feedback portion of this standards development process, and then a lot of the states that voted and supported that submitted their own responses to the balloting. So I'll try to summarize the positions of my fellow regulators in the MISO region as best I can. Next slide, please. So just to start off, we heard a lot earlier on about state authority, and these are just some examples. There's a bunch of different examples in states in the MISO region of having state laws on the books that require reliable service of electricity. So this is the smattering of state laws in Wisconsin that give my agency the power to make sure that our utilities are making adequate investments in their facilities to maintain consistent power delivery, and consistent power delivery is energy. And so if a determination of insufficiency is made, we are required to order adequate investments are made. A key part of that bullet is the determination of insufficiency is made by the commission and no one else. Every utility is legally required to provide reliable or reasonably adequate service and facilities. And we have methods to establish rules on reporting, to track the service of electricity to ratepayers in Wisconsin. And one example, the last bullet there, is we have a strategic energy assessment, which is done every 2 years. We do not have an integrated resource plan like a lot of other vertically integrated states do. We use a strategic energy assessment, and I'll speak sort of broadly to how states do resource planning throughout the MISO region. Wisconsin and Iowa are unique examples in that we do not have integrated resource planning. Next slide, please. So, state resource planning. Regulators use a wide variety of resource planning approaches. The scope of that activity is often defined by a state legislature, and there can be a consideration of many factors in what states do for resource planning that aren't typical in a resource adequacy construct at an RTO, for example. You can consider local economic impact, different environmental impacts, all sorts of industrial considerations within a state. And they're all, at the end of the day, sort of anchored on that provision of reliable service to the ratepayers of an individual state. So that's what unites all of them, but state planning processes can also contain many other flavors that are important to individual states. The way that a commission typically oversees that is through an integrated resource plan. They are a common tool. They vary widely There can be different frequency of analyses every other year, every 2 years, every 4 or 5 years. The study horizon that's looked at can vary. The number and type of scenarios examined and whether they're binding versus informational is also a key difference. So some states, I believe Indiana, they do an IRP. It's filed at the commission. It's just informational. So the commission doesn't vote to approve this as the approved plan. When they're a binding plan, that carries a lot of weight because then the assumptions that are in those future years are something that the commission has ordered is appropriate for that utility to invest in. And so then you can run into frictions with anytime a different set of assumptions or plans shows up in any other proceeding, you have conflicts that arise. The a key point I want to make here in my work at OMS on behalf of the Wisconsin Commission, I've noticed that state resource planning often struggles to capture the impacts and benefits of being part of a regional organization. State laws often do not contemplate consideration of imports or transmission. I believe Minnesota and Michigan both are examples of where they do, in fact, in state statutes say you have to consider broader regional access to a larger market. And so we have RTO resource adequacy requirements that then trickle through to all the utilities. And so the states exercising their jurisdiction over resource adequacy have helped shape what those regional requirements are. And then they sort of iterate and feed into each other. So the states in OMS and in the MISO region definitely steer what these requirements are that are applicable to our utilities through MISO. And so MISO has deferred to the states as those with jurisdiction in this area to devise adequate requirements that then apply to all of our utilities. So just some examples, I think, that are different than IRPs that are equally relevant for this conversation on energy assurance here today. At the Wisconsin Commission, we also approve gas pipelines that are built within our state. We approve firm gas contracts that need to be demonstrated as prudent and the right costs to be incurred on behalf of ratepayers in Wisconsin. Those are things where utilities will come and make a demonstration as to why they are needed. No surprise, they're often needed to make sure that energy is delivered at all hours to the customers in Wisconsin. So those are all authorities that we have that are outside of traditional resource planning or a case-by-case determination of a generator, for example. We also have transmission siting laws that approve EHV transmission lines. And in the state of Wisconsin, if it's a 345 kV or greater line, we actually are required to verify that the transmission line provides greater access to energy imports from the broader regional market or greater regional reliability. So that's right in our state statute. Other states have similar requirements. And a unique thing that we've seen recently in Wisconsin, we do generator approvals on a case-by-case need basis. Our utilities, a couple of them anyhow, have started bringing modeling, not only doing traditional capacity expansion analysis, they've also been doing an energy analysis where they study their load and their generators and determine whether or not they can meet 8760 their needs with their own generators and no reliance whatsoever on the broader regional market, which we know is, and I've said this at open meetings, that's a crazy assumption, but it's good because then you can kind of see the bookends of what your fleet gets you versus the broader regional market. And I believe my neighbor across the Mississippi River also does that. I've seen some of that from the Minnesota Commission as well. So that's a bit about state planning. We'll go to the next slide, try to connect this up to the regional market. So MISO establishes what the RA risk threshold is. They do a study every year to establish our planning reserve margin requirements. We have locational requirements, which begin to assess, how much can you import from other regions and what your ability to rely on neighboring zones might be. The MISO tariff includes accreditation for how resources are counted towards those planning requirements. And the utilities and the state regulators make resource planning decisions per their individual laws to meet those requirements. And so we kind of have this states work with MISO to establish what the appropriate requirements are. Once those are set and approved by FERC, they trickle down and then apply to all of the utilities within the MISO footprint. The RTO methods and requirements are impacted by the states in a big way. We found that when the historic simplifications for this resource adequacy construct that we used to establish our planning reserve margins were insufficient, this dates back to 2015. The states were the ones that pushed MISO to peel back those simplifications and bring in more detailed analysis so that we could have a reliable system to serve our customers in our states. So the states, using those statutes that require reliable provision of energy to their ratepayers, pushed MISO to say, hey, we're seeing risk in the winter, even though our construct says there's no risk in the winter. We then developed a seasonal framework, and we've since done a lot more addition of complexity into the resource adequacy construct that captures a lot of the risks that were not fully captured. And so by exercising our jurisdiction in this area, we have evolved the resource adequacy construct to account for many more risks that were being missed. On the next slide, I have a summary of that, going all the way back to when our resource adequacy construct was voluntary in MISO. That changed in 2008, and in 2011, we've got a prompt annual auction that sort of started the more formal requirements for MISO. In 2023, that went seasonal. We now have performance-based accreditation. So if you don't show up when you're needed, it's much more than just a forced outage rate random event. It's, were you there or were you not? So our statistics that feed into our risk assessments are based on whether or not you can meet the riskiest, tightest periods wherever they may be, not the peak demand. It's 8760 is the study that we do in MISO. We have a reliability-based demand curve. I don't need to talk about capacity market pricing. And then we now have direct loss of load accreditation, which reflects a resource's actual capability to meet demand in those risky periods. So the bottom here is highlighting that it was the state regulators that were driving this conversation in MISO in recognition that there were unacceptable risks to the ratepayers in our state. And so we have been steering the ship and evolving all of these requirements at the RTO level. And it's been working. MISO is a great partner in understanding we have to rely on them to get the benefits of the broader regional market. So we work with stakeholders and the RTO to help effectuate all the changes that the state regulators would like to see. Once those changes get made at the RTO level, they then have to trickle into all those IRP processes and all the different things at the state. So we create a lot of homework for ourselves that then come back, and we might have some buyer's remorse, but we knew it was important at the outset. So that's just something I wanted to highlight as well. Next slide. We have some examples. This person is headless on purpose down here in the RTO stakeholder process. I've spent a lot of time in RTO stakeholder processes, so I thought that was appropriate. Just some other things related to how the states have worked with MISO on this topic of resource adequacy and ensuring reliable service, 8760. We've also worked on emergency procedures, emergency pricing, the signals those send to make sure that resources are available when they're needed most. We've also given MISO greater authority to coordinate outages, and that used to be something that utilities got to do on their own, and MISO had no role in. We saw that lead to a lot of risky events in the shoulder seasons. And so now MISO has a much greater central role in outage coordination. These are all things that collectively ensure the reliable delivery of energy throughout the MISO region. And then this brings me to my penultimate slide on the next one. Throughout the drafting process, we heard a lot that this is not a resource adequacy or a capacity standard. And we've heard that capacity standards and RA is just focused on the peak. That is not true in MISO. And so I'm here to say that we have a resource adequacy construct in MISO that looks at much more than just peak demands, much more than seasonal peak demands or monthly peak demands. And we are focused on meeting periods of highest risk. So through our jurisdiction over RA, we've helped and leaned on MISO to capture a lot of the risks that are outside of peak periods. And so my main point is just because those simplifications were done in the past doesn't mean they will always be done for forever. We didn't sign up for that. It just made sense, as Mark was saying earlier, to do that simplification and to work that into planning. As that has no longer held, we have evolved that through our work with MISO. And I will note that in working with my fellow regulators in the MISO region, we have observed that the requirement 3 metrics in this draft standard are all what are affectionately known as resource adequacy metrics. And so in this attempt to differentiate the standard, we have seen a lot of overlap with traditional resource adequacy and planning and the activities that regulators, utilities, and RTOs take on. So that brings me to the final slide where Marcus, an engineer, not a lawyer, will interpret the FPA. And the important part here is that NERC, the ERO, cannot set and enforce compliance with standards for adequacy or safety of electric facilities or services. Services is provision of electricity. And so this reads clear as day to me. And so if NERC doesn't have the authority to establish those standards, they definitely can't hand that authority off to an RTO and then have a mandatory compliance that falls from that. And so this is my simple nuclear engineer interpretation of the FPA, not my legal advice for anyone. And so this is why the comments that are linked here from OMS said as strongly as 15 states that are as diverse as Mississippi and Montana and Texas all agreed that this is something that NERC may not have the authority to actually do. So I'll leave it there, and I'm looking forward to the conversation.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Marcus, appreciate that. Our next presenter is Craig Glazer, Vice President.
Okay. Thank you, PJM. Thank you.
No,
Did I cut you off? I'm sorry.
that's okay. It might be it.
This is kind of a weird room to speak from, so I'm not sure how to have my back to somebody here, but I'll do my best. I got to start with a true confession. I actually am a recovering state regulator. There is recovery at this point. But I was involved over the years in the decision to restructure the industry, to move to retail choice in my home state of Ohio at the time, and to also oversee and frankly to hand off some assignments associated with resource adequacy from the state to the regional entity. Started out in MISO. Ohio was one of the founding members of MISO, eventually moved mostly into PJM, but the principle was the same. And I could talk all day long about that, but I'm not going to talk about that now because I want to hone in right to the very specific issue that's causing all of this debate, namely the corrective action plans. And, you know, there's that, some of you may remember the Broadway show Fiddler on the Roof. And at one point there's a song about a matchmaker. It says, matchmaker, matchmaker, make me a match. I won't sing it. So I'll sing that. But I really do think, and I think there is, I'm going to try to make a match between the role of the states, the role of corrective action plans, and the limitations on NERC, because I think there is a match to be made here. It may not be a match made in heaven, but if it's made in Atlanta, maybe that's okay too. So we'll give that a try. So I'll go to the next slide. First of all, people know about PJM. I'm not going to go into great details. We are a very large system, but for purposes of this discussion, in the NERC functional model, we are the planning coordinator, the reliability coordinator, and the resource planner. I think you'll find that in a number of the RTO. And I think that's significant as we talk about how we best craft this goal here. So we've talked a lot about law. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but if we could go to the next slide. I always think it is important to start with what those 535 great Americans in that domed building told us. What is the role of NERC and what is the role of everyone else? And they said a couple of things that are important. We talked about this. The FERC shall conduct periodic assessments of reliability and adequacy. They use the word adequacy, that NERC had a role to assess adequacy. If you go to the next slide, next button, yes, there's no question that they also limited NERC's authority. But if you notice, when they limited NERC's authority, they limited it to set and enforce compliance with standards for adequacy. So where does this leave us? What they're telling us, what the 535 great Americans were telling us is assessments of adequacy. Yes, we shall do that. Setting standards for adequacy, no. But they use the word standards, which is a very specific thing, which I'm not sure anybody's talking about. Like no one is talking about in this context. So I think the words matter here. And without getting too lawyer-like, I think you have to focus on that. But that's where I think the match can be made here. So let's go to the next slide. First of all, NERC assessments have included resource adequacy and increasingly energy adequacy, focusing on fuel issues, like Mark indicated, which are much more. It's great to have a generator in the ground, but if you can't get gas to it, it doesn't mean a whole lot. So increasingly, these assessments need to become more robust. And if we go to the next, hit the next button. The larger view, and needn't tell people in this room, is essential given the interconnected nature of the grid. Like it or not, this is not a state-by-state grid. And I think Marcus did a great job of saying how Wisconsin, for example, is looking at the regional imports, exports, how the region plays together. So just handing off to the states, much as I was a state regulator, I love states dearly, but there are some limitations there that they themselves, as Marcus indicated, would recognize. So the next one is, it's also important in these assessments. The reason why they need to be robust is to avoid one region leaning on another. And as frankly, we're seeing more and more challenges with natural gas infrastructure, the more we see, paper capacity, people having capacity on paper, but not being able to access that capacity when needed. So therefore, effectively leaning on their neighbors. We don't think that's a very good place to be for resource adequacy or energy adequacy, but that's what the assessment's all about, is to take a larger look at that. And go to the next button. And I believe that bundled states, again, there are restructured states and there are traditionally vertically integrated, we'll call them bundled states for this purpose. They can continue to craft resource adequacy solutions. As Marcus said, those are sort of important inputs into the regional mix. But I don't dispatch by state, I dispatch by region. And so having that marrying of the two is really important. So with that just overview, I want to go to the caps, because this caps is sort of the third rail discussion of the day. And I really do fear, frankly, I would worry if we sort of overreact and water down this proposal to the point where the cap becomes a meaningless paper exercise. If it becomes just a meaningless paper exercise, don't do it. Then I agree, don't do it. So either it has meaning or it doesn't have meaning. But again, trying to be a matchmaker, I think we can do this in a way that it has meaning. And first of all, an assessment shouldn't just be sort of a heat map showing where there's a problem area. Thinking about this coming over here, when the Apollo 13 astronauts called up Houston and said, you know what, Houston, we have a problem. Well, they didn't just walk away and say, okay, well, we have a problem. So, all right, that's it. I mean, people then got to work on how to deal with the problem. And everybody in their respective role in Houston, et cetera, dealt with how do we deal with this problem. I think to have a true assessment, a meaningful assessment, it shouldn't just be, hey, we have a problem, but what are the individual regions, not NERC, but what are the individual regions doing to address the problem? To me, that is the way we can do a correct match here. So for one, I mean, people are upset about corrective action plans. We've had corrective action plans on the TPO standards for years. Nobody's particularly complained about them, but they've been around for years. Go to the next point. Yeah, right there is to the credit of the drafters. The corrective action plan doesn't say the resource planner has to fix everything. Many of these are policy-driven issues that require policymakers. So I think there's appropriate balance, but it identifies that something needs to be done in this area. And if we go to the next slide, to me, one of the most important values of a corrective action plan is the transparency it provides, the messaging it's providing, not just to state regulators. State regulators are just one piece of the puzzle. To legislators, to governors, to RTOs, to individual generation owners, that, hey, the region has to come together with what's the plan to address this problem. NERC's not going into how you address the problem, but it's saying deal with it. And a corrective action plan, I think that actually says the region we're identifying who has to do what to correct this problem is better than having just sort of endless finger pointing that we could otherwise have where nobody's really in charge. Because one of the complexities of the electric system, as you know, is there's lots of people with their hands on the steering wheel. So the corrective action plan, to me, if done right, can bring it all together. So I think there is a match to be made here. I do want to do a couple of caveats, though. Alon, you pointed a lot to state regulators. I love my state regulators. I was one, but it isn't all just about handing this off to the state regulator, because this is a multi-headed beast. There are policymakers. There are roles for policymakers. There are roles for others. There's roles for FERC here, too. I think FERC's role is actually broader than just, approving standards. And I'll give you a perfect example. We have a capacity market that we use to ensure resource adequacy, as does MISO. That capacity market, the rules of that market and its goal is embodied in tariffs that are filed with FERC. So to hand it off to state regulators and say, well, FERC's not involved is also missing the point. So they have a role too. It's a multi-headed beast, if you will. So if we go to the next bullet, you also have to keep in mind a lot of the people come at this with the view of if it's a vertically integrated states, the states have that responsibility, and that's true. Certainly true, much more true in traditionally regulated states, but take it from Ohio. Ohio is a restructured state. At least half the states in PJM are restructured. All of the states, virtually all the states in New England are restructured. And in restructured states, it's a much more coordinated / diverse responsibility. We're just handing the plan to the state, so that's very nice, but that's not really sufficient. It is a coordinated responsibility of RTOs, load serving entities, states, T&D utilities, et cetera. So whatever you come up with in the corrective action plan as to how it should be formulated, to me, the best of it should be not here it is, state regulators, do something, but in fact drives that level of coordination that is so important here. And for that, to me, that would be the best of making this lemon into lemonade and actually making this corrective action plan be meaningful. So I hope we can get there. I'm willing to see if we can make that match today and go forward with that. Last slide. Here's my contact information. I'm happy to chat with you anytime about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Craig. Thank you, thank you, Wilson. Is that right? Will, sir, from Florida, Good to meet you.
Great, thank you. Is this on? All right.
From Minnesota.
Yes, originally from Rhode Island. Yeah, been all over the place. Yeah, so all over. So again, Will Seufert, I am the Director of Regulatory Affairs at the Midwest Reliability Organization, MRO. 6 months, and prior to that, I spent about 20 years of my career working in Minnesota state government, working for our legislative branch, former governor, but most recently as an executive secretary of the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. Like our neighbors across the river, Minnesota, we too feel like we're special. But I am going to start with a little bit of a disclaimer. My comments are my own. I'm not speaking on behalf of MRO. I'm not speaking on behalf of the NSRF, which is an entity that MRO convenes of our registered entities to comment on NERC standards. nor am I speaking on behalf of the states that are in our footprint. But because of the focus of this panel, I'm going to probably sound like I'm speaking on behalf of the states because I'm trying to give voice to the state practices and processes within our footprint. So why don't we jump to the next slide here. Just briefly, for those of you unfamiliar with MRO, MRO is one of the 6 regions in partnership with NERC that make up the ERO enterprise. We oversee roughly 250 utilities stretching from Saskatchewan and Manitoba into parts of Texas. MRO's mission and vision center around a reliable and secure bulk power system. Dating back to 2021, MRO has participated in the FERC Cold Weather Event Inquiry Team and the ERO Energy Reliability Assessment Planning Initiative, which culminated in the drafting of the Planning Energy Assurance Standard. Realizing that standard is a priority initiative for MRO to establish consistent evaluation of energy assurance across the region and the continent. Next slide, please. So this slide identifies the state entities that submitted comments within the MRO footprint. This is noteworthy in and of itself. It's not typical for states to comment on NERC technical standards. So it's important for us to work through these issues. It's also worth noting that most of the states that filed comments are concentrated in the Midwest and in the MISO footprint. And then I also note here that OMS filed comments as well. But just a note on most of these states, most of the states in our footprint are vertically integrated states that do IRP for the most part. And those that don't do IRP have similar processes. Next slide, please. All right, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but this slide summarizes the comments that were filed by the states on my last slide. Not surprisingly, the jurisdictional concern is at the top of the list. In short, the states argue that the standard as drafted is a jurisdictional overreach. These states argue that the cap shifts authority for establishing and mandating reliability standards from the state level to NERC. Beyond the jurisdictional concerns, the states argue that the requirement is duplicative of work that is ongoing at the RTOs. They raise concerns that the timing doesn't align with state planning processes. They argue that the caps may drive improved investments, thereby raising affordability issues. And while they didn't express support for the standard as drafted, some commenters suggested that allowing the assessments to mature before introducing caps could be a constructive approach to rolling out this new standard. Next slide, please. So generally, all states have a mandate to ensure reliable electrical service, granting utilities a monopoly service area as part of an obligation to serve. How that's defined and performed varies across the country, and it varies across our region. My slides highlight some of the common practices for ensuring resource adequacy. First and foremost is integrated resource planning. So these comprehensive plans are specific to a utility service area within the state, look out upwards of 15 to 20 years, both at supply side, so these are just building new generation, and demand side, energy efficiency and conservation, all at the same time, treating them as equal options for keeping the grid stable. The process for reviewing and approving a resource plan is extensive. It includes stakeholder engagement and court-like testimony. The IRP includes load forecasting and scenario modeling. Utilities use RTO accreditation values to ensure alignment with RTO processes. Generally, the plan that is selected balances consideration of reliability, affordability, and policy compliance. The IRP then establishes a process for procuring resources. It's worth noting, though, that IRP requirements vary throughout the region and don't typically apply to municipal and cooperative utilities. And the timelines also vary quite a bit, too. In some cases, IRPs are required every 2 years. In some cases, it's every 3 years. But oftentimes, in practice, that doesn't align with what the statutes require either. So next slide, please. All right, so once long-term plans are established, states address energy assurance through a number of other tools. Rate making and tariffs are the primary financial levers used by state regulators to drive energy assurance. While an IRP is the blueprint for reliability, the rate making process provides funding and incentive mechanisms that make it a reality. Depending on the size and characteristics of the infrastructure, states need to issue certificates and permits for generation and transmission projects. Permitting delays are creating bottlenecks in bringing generation online in a timely manner. And finally, states also oversee all facets of the distribution system, addressing energy assurance through integrated distribution planning, grid modernization, and related processes. Next slide, please. And while states have a number of tools they use to regulate incumbent utilities, they also engage extensively in regional markets to ensure state priorities and interests are reflected in the decisions made at the regional level. This engagement typically includes the delegation of a singular commissioner to represent the state and vote on matters, and assign commission staff to engage in RTO committees and advise the commission on technical matters. Most states have RTOs provide regular briefings to their commissions, and in some cases to legislative committees, to provide accountability and opportunities for consultation. So I do want to emphasize that states are increasingly involved in RTO work. In the MRO footprint, states participate in MISO through the organization of MISO states and the Resource Adequacy Subcommittee. Commissioner Hawkins dive pretty deep into this, so I'm not going to spend time on it. I'm going to jump to SPP. In the SPP footprint, the retail state regulators serve on the regional state committee and have primary authority for setting the planning reserve margin. And then in SPP, seasonal PRMs were approved last year to reflect the different conditions throughout the year. So without stating the obvious, this is not a comprehensive overview of everything going on at the RTOs with respect to energy assurance, but it's rather a high-level summary of key activities that states are shaping at the regional level. While this engagement is vital, the level of commitment needed to engage in this work is steadily increasing and constraining commission resources. Next slide, please. And I say that point because it could be an argument either in support of this work or against it, depending on your view of the world. But it is certainly something to be mindful of. Okay. So in closing, I have a couple considerations to share with the drafting team. It's important that the standard is constructed in a manner that maintains foundational jurisdiction and roles for maintaining resource adequacy, supports the transparency that is part of stakeholder processes, both in commissions and RTOs. And I say that IRPs are kind of like the Super Bowl for state commissions. They really bring everybody together to really roll up their sleeves. And so there is that transparency that's really vital to that process. It provides accountability to the ratepayer, is timely and efficient, recognizes resource constraints at various levels, aligns with related assessments and processes, and recognizes the variance across state laws and practices. So we can just go to my last slide. And this is just a shameless plug for our upcoming annual CRID Summit in Omaha on May 12th to 13th. I hope you all can join us for that. Happy to dive into more of this in greater detail when we start the Q&A.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Bill. Well, next up, we have Judge Howell, he's Commissioner of Virginia State Corporation Commission. Are you there, Judge? Your mic. I don't know if you were coming there.
Hello, Sam. Your mic online has been enabled, so you should be able to unmute yourself.
Great. Can you all hear me all right?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for having me. Again, my name is Sam Towell, and I'm a judge on the Virginia State Corporation Commission, which is Virginia's public utility regulator, among other industries. Like some other presenters, I'll go ahead and give a quick disclaimer. The views I present here are my own and don't represent the views of either the Commonwealth of Virginia or the State Corporation Commission. Additionally, I'm subject to the canons of judicial conduct, and as a result, I may not be able to respond to certain questions. If we go to the next slide, please. I'll start with a brief overview of Virginia's electricity landscape. Although Virginia began the process of deregulation in 1999, it ultimately reversed course and did not require its utilities to separate their generation and distribution functions. And while certain large loads can receive generation from competitive service providers, most ratepayers in the certificated service territories of the three investor-owned utilities take service from their incumbent providers. So, in the main, Virginia operates under the vertically integrated model, although often within a very complex statutory framework. With the exception of the southwestern tip of Virginia, which is largely served by a relatively small investor-owned utility, at least small Virginia footprint-wise. The state is within the Dominion zone of PJM interconnection. Northern Virginia, specifically the counties of Loudoun and Prince William, contain the largest concentration of data centers in the world, earning it the nickname Data Center Alley. And while there are 13 distribution electric cooperatives who primarily source their generation from a generation cooperative, the Old Dominion Electric Cooperative, or the wholesale market, I'm going to focus my attention on the two largest investor-owned utilities, Dominion Energy Virginia, with 2.7 million customers, and Appalachian Power Company, with about 500,000 Virginia customers. Go to the next slide, please. Those two utilities present an interesting contrast. APCO is faced with some challenging topography and a declining population base within its territory, and almost all of its generation is located in West Virginia or Kentucky. Its customer base is split between Virginia and West Virginia, making the Virginia portion one of the smaller footprints in the AEP family. It is elected to operate under the Fixed Resource Requirement, or FRR, rules, and has traditionally been able to match its generation with its generation need. Dominion is markedly different. Its footprint is heavily populated and growing. Its generation assets are primarily, although not exclusively, located in Virginia, which is also its original service territory. It operates under the reliability pricing model in PJM, and, as noted briefly in the previous slide, has operated in a net short position for the last decade or so. Given Pennsylvania's and West Virginia's traditional long position within PJM, that has traditionally operated fairly well. We go to the next slide, please. Virginia has a number of tools to evaluate the generation mix and planning of the two IOUs. Both utilities come in every other year for biennial reviews of their base rates. And although largely rate review and recovery proceeding, these cases do allow the SCC to evaluate certain company operations and address related issues. In 2025, for example, we authorized the creation of a new rate class for large, high load factor customers with certain minimum requirements that should provide greater accuracy in load forecasting. Both IOUs also have annual renewable portfolio standard proceedings, and while these involve CPCNs for solar, wind, and storage facilities, they also include a planning component. And Dominion files an integrated resource plan on its non-biennial year, as well as an IRP update in the off year. These provide a now 20-year forward-looking window on the utility's proposed generation profile that is, in effect, updated annually. So the Commission, policymakers, and other stakeholders can evaluate the company's proposals and examine the impacts and effects of certain ordered alternatives. And the Commission also has authority regarding supplemental transmission projects, as well as siting authority for all transmission within the state. And of course, transmission has long been key for Virginia, given Dominion's net short position. Go to the next slide, please. Virginia law sets out a framework for a transition away from fossil fueled electricity generation, with milestones leading to a goal of a complete transition by 2050. However, the law does place reliability in a privileged position, allowing utilities to petition the SCC to both keep existing fossil fueled units in service beyond that date and, if necessary, approve new carbon emitting facilities. That law, the Virginia Clean Economy Act, was passed in 2020 after about a decade of flat to low growth. We can go to the next slide, please. This slide is familiar to my friends in PJM and more and more to others across the country. The last couple of years have seen a very different trend and forecast. Go to the next slide, please. In the 2 years since I have been on the commission, Dominion has petitioned and the commission has authorized a number of projects that can be classified as reliability or assurance-based. A liquid natural gas storage facility is under construction that will feed 2 existing closely sited combined cycle natural gas plants. The design capacity is enough to feed 1 unit for 8 hours, if I recall correctly, or both units for 4 hours. And the commission has also approved the first new natural gas plant since the adoption of the Virginia Clean Economy Act, a 944 megawatt combustion turbine facility on the footprint of long decommissioned coal-fired units. And of course, we continue to cite necessary transmission projects expeditiously. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to our next panelist.
Thank you, Judge Powell. Our next speaker is the
Alan, you're coming through.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge Powell. Our next speaker is Mr. Pete Ornken, Director of Resource Adequacy at ERCOT. He also went to Carleton College, which is in Minnesota. They are the Knights. I lived in Northfield. My wife was going to St. Olaf.
Oh.
So anyway, welcome, Pete.
Thanks very much, and appreciate being given the invitation to speak with you, and I particularly appreciate giving the option to participate remotely. So again, I appreciate that very much. So if you can move to the second slide. So this is an outline of what I want to talk about today. So I want to start with an overview of the resource adequacy regulatory framework, and then drill down into our new ERCOT region reliability standard, because you'll see that there's a lot of direct parallels with NERC's energy reliability standard. And then I want to talk about other regulatory actions and proceedings that are ongoing that's associated with resource adequacy. And certainly that's a pretty strong tie-in to a corrective action plan direction. And then I want to drill down into corrective action plan issues that are tied to regulatory authority, and specifically to look at requirement 6.1 issues and 6.2 issues. So with that, if you could go to the next slide, please. So everything starts with the Texas Public Utility Regulatory Act, or PURA. And again, this is just a little bit more details about that authority. But basically, it provides the legally binding regulations for ERCOT and all the electric service providers in the ERCOT region. And then for the purposes of actually managing the grid, we have what's called the ERCOT nodal protocols, and this has been around for quite some time. But this really has all the rules and procedures that govern what we do. So again, it's electricity market management, operating the grid, and other functions. For example, overseeing retail competition. And the nodal protocols, again, they're undergoing frequent revisions. And again, we have a very comprehensive and lengthy period of time where market participants can help work with us on the protocol changes that we offer up, and they can come up with their own protocol changes. In terms of the process, after that, it goes through a bunch of different subcommittee reviews, working group reviews, committee, and then all the way up to our board of directors. And then what's most important here is that our Public Utility Commission gives the final approval or rejection of any of the revision requests. And just to note that the Texas Supreme Court recently ruled that ERCOT is a governmental unit of our Public Utility Commission. That stemmed from a lawsuit several years back. And then another important aspect of certainly what the commission does is it's really limited to the electric industry in terms of how that impacts us. So they don't regulate the gas industry. That's handled by a separate state commission. And if you weren't aware of it, it's called the Texas Railroad Commission. So I'm not sure of all the details of why it's called that, but it is. So yeah, definitely somewhat confusing to folks. All right, next slide. All right, I wanted to dive into our reliability standard. This was approved by our Public Utility Commission in 2023, or excuse me, 2024. And it consists of 3 reliability criteria. And just like what we do for NERC's reliability assessment, which is called the probabilistic assessment, we have to run a model which does probabilistic analysis. And it looks out a current year and then out 3 years. And again, it has 3 metrics to do this. And again, this covers energy reliability risk quite well. And as a matter of fact, it aligns pretty closely with what NERC is headed for, in terms of their reliability assessments, and then this particular standard. And so these metrics are frequency, magnitude, and duration of loss of load events. And again, it's 8760 are covering all hours of a simulation year. And the magnitude and duration, those are looked at from the point of view of maximum values. The idea is to make sure that the reliability assessment that ERCOT is required to perform to meet the reliability standard captures those aspects of risk. And really they're looking at extreme outcomes, or what are called tail events. So for example, ERCOT, we've had issues with Winter Storm Uri, for example, in 2021. And so the duration metric is tailored to look at, well, what would happen if you had something as serious as another Winter Storm Uri? And you want to make sure that we go into a direction that mitigates that type of risk of having a long duration event. And then importantly, we do a reliability assessment. We're doing one this year, so we're having results for 2026 and 2029. And if we fail to meet the reliability standard, so one or more of those 3 metrics, if we're above the threshold that indicates you're headed into a reliability problem, then it's incumbent upon ERCOT to provide a menu of proposed recommended market design changes, including a primary recommendation that the PUCT will consider. We also have an independent market monitor involved with this, so they'll review proposed design changes and may weigh in on their own proposals or tweaking what we come up with. And this is undergoing a very extensive public review process. So it really starts with what modeling assumptions we come up with. Those go out the door for public review and commission consideration. And then certainly all the results are shared publicly. So it's a very open and transparent process. In terms of the cadence of our assessments, we must do that at least once every 3 years. And certainly the commission can mandate that we do it sooner than that. If there's market conditions that they're concerned about and they want us to reevaluate through another assessment, what the long-term risk is. Okay, next slide. I want to briefly go through basically mitigation actions that have already been approved by our Texas legislature or being implemented by the Public Utility Commission and ERCOT. So this just really gives you a flavor of what's going on, and certainly in terms of corrective action plan, these are the types of risk mitigations that this would be associated with. So, for example, the first bullet, I'm focusing on the large loads. So there's a number of different new processes, new rules that are being developed to address the large load impacts. Just among these, we've got the new interconnection standards and criteria for including loads in our ERCOT load forecasts. And that's very important just because of the subjective nature and subjectivity in terms of determining when these are going to impact the system. And, a lot of it is speculative. And so, the idea is to really tighten up those criteria. And then we have what's called a net metering arrangement. And this is where you have new loads that are springing up at an existing generation site. And prior to, this rule that's being worked on, there really hasn't been oversight of that. And so now that there's a rule in place where we have to do an analysis and work with the commission to review these net metering proposals and offer up, requirements so that, if there is an emergency event that, we can. And then we have a voluntary demand reduction program. And then we have the authority to direct large loads with backup generation to deploy it or during energy emergencies. We have a couple of other here, generation firming requirement. Again, it's a requirement that new generators have to secure dispatchable capacity to meet a performance standard. And that basically means, battery storage or, getting, gas capacity, lined up and other things. And then dispatchable energy reserve service. This is an ancillary service. We're all working on a rule for that right now. But it basically it tackles volatility in terms of wind and solar generation. That's a big part of it. And coming up with a way to manage that risk. All right, and then a residential demand response program. There's that going on right now, coming up with a ERCOT managed program. All right, next slide. Okay, now I'm turning to corrective action plan requirement 6.1. So, big issue is limiting what ERCOT can do in terms of mitigating actions that aren't done by other parties. And one of the things I would contend is that's very difficult to do. So when you start subtracting what the Railroad Commission does and what other entities in the ERCOT market are doing, there's only certain things that ERCOT would be able to do. And those are really focused on just operational procedures and developing new or enhanced tools for looking at energy shortage risks in the short term. Once you go beyond that, then things go into the domain of our Public Utility Commission and the legislature. So by virtue of that, you're really limiting what you could put into a cap as far as actionable mitigation actions. And then one of the concerns that certainly I have is, well, how do you link what we're doing on more of the short-term time frame with mitigating actions in years 5 through 10? That's very complicated, and that really is a kind of a disjointed linkage. So again, you'd have to have really a cap in the short term and maybe a cap for years 5 through 10 or something like that. So that just adds a layer of complexity. And then again, if you're going beyond a few years with the cap, that can be a moving target. So each year as you go along, the grid is evolving. New rules and procedures come along. Policy, regulatory changes. So, important part of the cap is having a timeline to implement it. But if that is constantly moving because of actions you're taking, then How realistic is it? The cap is going to evolve. And so, what meaning do you ascribe to that if the cap is continuously evolving? All right, next slide. Okay, so one of the concerns with requirement 6.2 is again looking at third party actions. I've talked about that a little bit already, but a big issue is how do you align recommendations from our Public Utility Commission with requirement 6.2, and it aligns pretty well because our reliability standard aligns well with the metrics in the standard. But concern is you've got differing assessment timelines. So, we're doing multiple, I'm trying, for ERCOT, we're doing multiple, energy, for NERC and for our utility commission. And so there's a little bit of a disjoint there in terms of the timelines. So we're doing the same thing essentially, but, not for the exact same years. So again, there's that prospect of really duplicated work and having to reconcile, findings among different, energy assessments. And then another point is certainly the assessment for a Public Utility Commission doesn't cover the second forecast horizon. So that's something that doesn't align at all with the reliability standard, the energy standard. And then certainly if you're looking out years 6 through 10, and we really don't have any regulatory related actions out that far, then could that be viewed as infringing on the role of our legislature and Public Utility Commission and other regulatory bodies? So next slide. So this is my last slide, and again, just offering up some conclusions, kind of repeating what I've already said. So again, my view is it's very difficult to delineate what you can do on your own, what ERCOT can do, versus what other entities can do. And as I said before, on the second bullet, based on the regulatory structure and the relationships among the regulatory bodies and legislature, what ERCOT can directly do is limited. And so that raises the question of how you apply a cap to that. It seems like a cap would be more applicable to the short-term, energy, reliability standard than it is to a long-term energy reliability standard. And then the third bullet, ERCOT has the resource planner. We don't have the enforcement authority. So, the cap is advertising, okay, we've got a problem. Here's some recommendations, but to the extent that the commission and ERCOT and other parties are already working through that, the cap really has little value. So, I think that's something that we need to work on in a case where you've got a situation like ERCOT, which has a very closely linked reliability standard that was effectively being done with, this NERC standard. And then again, there are these issues which have been brought up by others about infringing on regulatory, legislative, and certainly industry activities. And then the final bullet, that I think sort of like the overall conclusion is certainly we want to make sure that the standard is designed flexibly, to dovetail with what state standards are all about. And I know that there's been efforts to do that, but certainly in ERCOT's case, we have concern with that, given that we are already closely aligned, and we want to avoid duplicative activities, not only with respect to our state, but also with what we do with NERC, because they have the long-term reliability assessment and a probabilistic assessment. So currently we have at least 3 or 4 energy assessments going on. Most of them, hit the first 5 years, but, that's a lot of energy assessments. And again, a lot of work to manage that and to compare them. If people have questions, why does one differ from another? So yeah, we don't want to, I don't think we want to be in a situation where we have to do that type of reconciliation. So with that, that's it for me.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Pete. Thank you. Figured out you had to turn the button. Engineer, yes. Plug it in. All right. The next speaker is Carl Linville. He's the principal regulatory assistant, principal for regulatory assistance project. Carl, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate today. And thank you for accommodating my remote participation. I'm here for a couple of reasons. I'm a Westerner, and I'll tell you about my background in just a minute and provide an associated disclaimer. But before I get to that, I just want to thank the organization of MISO states and all of the Midwestern states that have stepped up and taken this, as I think Marcus noted, or perhaps maybe it was Will, that it's unusual to get states interested in the standard setting process. And I feel like I owe a debt of gratitude to OMS and those Midwestern states for taking an interest in this and fleshing out their position. I also want to thank the entities in the West that did provide comments in this proceeding: the Western Power Pool, SMUD and Bank, Portland General Electric, and many others. So I appreciate that. But what I hope to provide today is a perspective on how the West works together, how regulators in the West work together. And I come to that from the perspective of spending about 10 years in state service in the state of Nevada as Governor Gwynn's energy advisor and director of the energy office, and then a public utility commissioner. And in the years since I left public service there, I've helped other regulators in the West, and throughout have been engaged with important institutions in the West, like the Western Interstate Energy Board and the Western Electric Coordinating Council and so forth that we'll talk about in a moment. And I just want to give you my perspective of how those things provide a forum that I think can provide you some richer feedback from state regulators in the West in the next period. Next slide, please. So, next slide, please. So first, I just want to say that I am not currently serving in public service in any state in the West, and I don't speak for any regulator, any of those folks. I do spend quite a bit of time working with them and helping them. So I just provide these comments today to try to be helpful to you all as you move forward in your process, and to try to be helpful to regulators in the West as they become engaged in this process going forward. Next slide, please. I think it was Mr. Glazer that mentioned, how reliability issues go beyond state regulators. That's very much the case in the West. We're very fortunate in the West to have the Western Interstate Energy Board, which houses a number of state organizations that include representation from both energy offices, some governor's energy advisors, some energy authorities, as well as regulators in the West. We holds a convening twice a year, the Committee on Regional Electric Power Cooperation, which for the entire time that I've been involved in the West, since 1998 and before that, has provided a forum that, among other important issues, has talked about resource planning and coordinating resource planning and encouraging regional resource adequacy in the West. Of course, we also have the Western Electric Coordinating Council. We have the Western Power Pool, who has a committee of state regulators that advises it on its incipient Western Resource Adequacy Program. And they referred to that in their comments to you in this. We have a very aggressive, forward-looking energy assurance perspective from the California resource adequacy process. We have Western Energy Markets and the Pathways Initiative, now more commonly referred to as the Regional Organization for Western Energy. And we also have the Western Energy Imbalance Service and Markets Plus service being developed by the Southwest Power Pool. And we have a very active activity, or actually just starting activity, in coordinating among the themes where, and SPP is hosting an important event in this month to start that conversation as we develop these two market platforms in the West and try to keep them coordinated. Next slide, please. Previous slide. Yeah, thanks. So as I mentioned, the Western Interstate Energy Board hosts several boards. I mentioned the Council of State Regulators for the RAP. The body of state regulators is directly engaged with the Western energy markets today and will continue to be engaged as the ROWE comes into being. The Western Interconnection Regional Advisory Body, WIRAB, also is convened through the Western Interstate Energy Board. The Market States Committee, WEEB also helps by hosting documents from the Pathways Initiative. And as I mentioned, they host CREPC. Next slide, please. So I guess my next slide, please. As pointed out in more detail by others, and thank you to each of the previous speakers for providing some important details. Each of the Western regulatory commissions and boards, public power as well, are actively addressing the challenges identified in this initiative. Each state is serving on most of the boards and advisory committees that I just identified for you a moment ago. Stakeholders beyond market participants are consulted probably more actively than in most other parts of the United States in these initiatives. And active public servant engagement in existing activities has so far left little time for incremental engagement in other activities. And I think this one may have slipped under the radar just a bit. But thank you all for elevating this and for bringing it to our attention. Next slide, please. Engaging, I think the secret to moving forward with this process in the West is going to be in proactively engaging public servants and stakeholders in the West to earn trust in the West. It's a very busy time. There's a lot of activity going on with the creation of the Western Power Pool, the Southwest Power Pool Markets Plus activity, the Pathways EDAM activity, and so forth. So time is precious, but this issue probably rises to the level of the need for some more active public sector engagement in the conversation. So I encourage you to invite participation, to offer greater time for participation with public servants and stakeholders in the West. Thank you very much. I think that's my last slide. Next slide, please. This is just my contact slide. If you'd like to reach out, I'm more than happy to talk with you. Thanks again.
Thank you, Carl. What an incredible panel. Really covered the waterfront, provided a lot of insight on how things are done, as well as ways perhaps that we can work together to get to what we all really want. which is that reliable system. And so I know I have some questions, but they kind of look like Jello compared to what I'm sure some folks might have to ask. So I'd rather put mine aside and start in the room and get your perspectives, and then I guess we have Slido, right? Okay, good. Wonderful. So does anybody have any comments they'd like to share with us? Yes, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Chelsea Gomez with the Western Power Pool. My question is for Craig. He made a couple of comments that drew my attention. So similar to Carl, I also am kind of representative of the Western interconnection portion of the United States. And when I hear phrases like from the state to the regional entity, or when I hear bundled states, what does that mean for the West when there is no organized? Thank you.
What does that mean for the West when there is no organized market? When outside of California, there is no regional transmission organization to enforce this function. So I'm curious what the drafting team was thinking for that, or what your thoughts are in terms of not being bundled or having an overall transmission organization for the West.
This is on, first of all, bundled state means just a vertically integrated state. It's just another phrase for vertically integrated states, which most of the Western states are. So there's no meaning other than the shorthand for that. That's all that meant. I think the point of the corrective action plan, and I would just want to say that I really would hate this discussion to devolve into corrective plan versus IRPs, because I think that's really a false choice. I think they do each has a unique role. It's not like one is the right one and one is the wrong one, but they each have a unique role. To me, a CAP is broader than that. CAP is not necessarily an RTO, but it is the region coming together through the plan authorities, et cetera. It's an effort, not just utility by utility, but an effort to come forward with some regional solutions, if you will, because of all the points that were raised before. And to me, that makes a better assessment. NERC doesn't do a state-by-state assessment. It doesn't do a utility-by-utility assessment. It does a regional assessment for good reasons, and interconnection-wide assessments even for good reasons. So I think I hate this issue to devolve into this IRPs versus CAPs. And I'll just say also, think about this, right? Congress assigned NERC the idea to do an assessment, okay? An assessment would involve the region, the individual utilities are coming together. Hopefully there is some coordination between them, but if not, that's its own statement if people have wildly different views on that. But what NERC would be doing would be also analyzing, is the entire region moving forward on its CAP? Or has the CAP really not materialized for this or that region? That's part of an assessment. I could take a photograph, which is to me what a NERC assessment is today. It's a snapshot. But a snapshot is not really saying the key question, which is the region, are the utilities in the region, are the planning authorities in the region coming together with solutions and moving forward with those solutions? That to me is what's meaningful in an assessment. So I think that's why I say this is not the same as an IRP. They both have important roles.
Yeah, I just want to add on, in the OMS feedback, we were fully supportive of assessments. We think that's a fine, harmless way to go about this. And I really, to Craig's point, this CAP versus IRP, Texas certainly doesn't have an IRP. And Pete, I thought, very eloquently stated all of the frictions and problems with a CAP. If you try to dance around this legal restriction that is, I would say, appropriately placed on the ERO, and then limit it to just the very small number of actions that different regulated entities can take within their purview before you start to intrude on that jurisdictional line, that's really, as Pete said, in the operational horizon and not out in this planning horizon, because as soon as there's an investment, you trigger a commission, or, there's ratepayer dollars at stake. And so I think trying to restrict it to just those limited actions that can be taken just creates the sort of toothless cap that you mentioned. We shouldn't do a toothless cap either. So I just wanted to say I fully agreed with what I was hearing from the ERCOT speaker, from Pete. I thought that was really, really well done.
The way I read it, I may be wrong about this, I read things, is that the organization would come to the commission with their corrective action plan for approval of things that they could do or approval. And to meet the metric that they've agreed with the commission. If the commission in their wisdom says that's not worth it or change the metric, that's okay. It's very much like a TPL where you can shed a certain amount of megawatts. What is it? 50, 75 megawatts, something like that. Yeah, to preserve reliability, but you have to make sure the commissions approve that with a transmission solution. So I never saw that as taking that power away from the state, would rather saying to the organization, come to your state, your regulators, and we can talk about the timing and all that, because that's messy. And the state mandates 2 years, and say 2 years. I say maybe three. If the state has no, then pick a number. But that they would have to approve that cap before it's worked on, just like it is with the transmission line. They don't build transmission to eliminate a TPL without approval from the state. So there's no way.
Yeah, Mark, if I could just differ a little bit on one aspect of this, and that is we're laying this all at the state regulators. But there are certain things. Look, I was a state regulator. A state regulator can't force a neighboring state that's deficient. Yeah. It can't address that issue on its own. A state regulator can't deal with citizen opposition to pipelines being constructed, or legislatures that refuse pipelines. So just laying it, or exports or imports. So we can't lay it all on, well, the state commission has approved it and that's it.
Oh yeah, but
there's
the other part where the organization that comes to the state, I can't do anything about this, right?
But that's where the transparency, the identification of the problem, that's its value. And that's beyond what an IRPs do. We don't do that in IRPs.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Well, my name is Tom Butz from Minnesota Power, and
not Minnesota.
one of the challenges that I've had in trying to think through this is that when it comes to reliability of an individual system as opposed to the network that it's reserve sharing with, I just wonder, how is it that assessment is clear? Because of all the, you have entities, including ourselves, that are looking at more of an individual, like how do we operate under these major events just as our own entity. But there go your savings for reserve sharing out the window when you start saying, let's plan for ourselves. That's a side note. But I'm just wondering, like, how do you assess the reliability of a smaller footprint than the reserve sharing entity? Because it really seems like there's some assumptions and challenges. And even when I saw the data gathering process listed out, all of a sudden it went bang. And then we were talking about an individual entity. How reliable are they inside of the footprint? Just seems like there's a gap there. So throwing that out there.
This one quick reaction. One thing that the OMS comments also raised was an identification of an issue or not meeting whatever the defined level of adequacy is, which would not be set by the state standard. It gets assigned to the planning coordinator. The allocation of the solution in a cap could be really, really messy, because there's a lot of different factors. This is all integrated, network. And so that's why having, a state verifying need for individual utilities subject to whatever level of adequacy they deem, because it hits at dollars right away. And so I think, to your point, Tom, it's really hard to piece out how you contribute to the overall solution And that's where the regional requirements are really important. And you have to ground that in, a regional requirement because everyone has to agree that's fair. FERC has to bless it as being fair. And then I think some of the trickier things get sort of sorted out with the market. There's price exposure. If you want to lean on the system, you're gambling to a certain degree. And so we have a lot of other tools that help push back on otherwise bad behaviors. And we can't lose sight of those either, because not everything will be able to just be defined as go and do this.
We're going to go into lunch. It's okay.
This is Syed Ahmed. I'm party staff, and I always have my disclaimer that I'm here just for the staff opinion, not speaking on behalf of the commissioners. So I just have a quick, if you know the EOB 12-3, which is a winterization standard, and if you go back, when event happened in ERCOT, there was just voluntary things and people didn't winterize. But if you look after the standard came and people are starting to winterize. They are investing money. So I don't know. You can see how the reliability is improving. So I just wanted to share that. Thanks.
I'll interject and maybe try to reframe away from the cap discussion a little bit, because I know that's going to be the subject of the last panel. One observation that I have as I try to prep myself for this panel is just the evolving requirements and practices within IRPs. They're changing very quickly. They're changing everywhere. The terms resource adequacy and energy assurance are, in the minds of some, they're synonymous, but they're different in the minds of others. The practices that state commissions have, while they were set forth in statute 10, 15 years ago in some cases, they're evolving through commission orders. And so one commission order will set a whole new practice, and that's all moving at a pace that is sometimes not even keeping up with what's happening at the RTOs too. And when I think about the value that this could have, I think because whatever the drafting team does isn't going to change those state requirements. They're still going to do what they do because they have to, as directed by their legislatures. I think it's important that the product of these plans, both the caps, but also just the actual LTERAs themselves, they're consistent and they align with what the utilities are sharing in their models in IRPs. I think it's really important that the staff that work at commissions can understand them for what they are and apply them. And that can add value to the work that the commissions do. And I think if we can check that box, then I think the notion of a cap becomes less scary and there's less concern about the jurisdiction. It's a question of, I go back to one observation that I have, which is just commissions and their staff are kind of overwhelmed with the amount of things they have to track and follow and ensure that the state's interests are protected. And this could be another one. And so I think it's important that there be enough visibility into this and how it gets constructed so that it can be helpful in doing these other tasks. So for what it's worth, I just wanted to share that before we break.
Thank you. Any additional questions in the room? We have any on Slido?
All right. So what we're going to do, we're going to leave Slido open for about 10 more minutes. So any of our online participants, if you have any questions, please submit them and we'll work to get them answered later. But as of right now, we're going to go ahead and end this panel, if that's okay. Mark.
Comment. I'll take that.
So I think it might be helpful in some of these conversations to understand the modeling that comes behind resource adequacy versus what's in an IRP. Because an IRP, and even in Wisconsin's wonderful strategic energy assessment, right? These are based off of heuristics for resource adequacy, but they're not actually resource adequacy. They're not actually an energy assessment either. What I mean by that, if you're using, say, I took MISO's ELCC numbers, that's a proxy for what those resources are doing. It is not actually the Monte Carlo simulation that goes underneath a resource adequacy assessment. Similarly, when you use a capacity expansion tool, you're doing a simplification of it. When you're using production cost modeling tool and you're coming up with the costs, more likely than not, unless you have good computing capability, you are like, some of them I think were using Plexos, they're using Encompass. They might do 1, 2, 10 simulations. They're not doing the 500, 1,000 that you need to get convergence to actually do these types of assessments. So it might be helpful to look at where that gap is so you understand where there's opportunity here and what is being missed. And I think that's helpful, right? When I think about an integrated resource plan, I think of, what is the purpose of this? And we can say, yeah, it's about reliability, clean, all those things. Frankly, I'm going to take a little bit of my EPRI hat off because I'm going to just say a little hot take here, right? But they come from the Bond-Bright principles. Bond-Bright never said anything about reliability. It was all about cost allocation. It's all about how you're going to get the costs recovered. And that's the purpose here. That's why we ended up having NERC created. We wouldn't have needed NERC if IRPs were doing everything about reliability. So we have these decentered kind of approaches to regulation to do this. And so if we think of it that way, maybe we can come up with some better solutions. I don't have the answer. It's really, really tricky. It's why I've stayed far away from being on the drafting team. Everyone knows that. But I just think that the window of opportunity comes from there. So just a thought.
Thank you for that. Yeah, that was kind of like around my head too, especially when we talk about what utility. But in fact, you're part of a whole interconnection, as you mentioned before. So anyway, with that, I want to thank this panel. It's been a wonderful panel. Thank you very much for being here, open with your views and bringing forward, kind of the challenges. Thank the audience for the questions. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
All right. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. All right. So we're ready to go ahead and jump into our panel 2 discussion here. And so I'll hand the microphone over to our moderator, Mark Olson. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. We'll resume our technical conference here with a second panel for the day. I'm Mark Olson. I'm the manager for reliability assessments at NERC. In my work, I have the distinct privilege of working with experts from the industry and the NERC regional entities in the development of our seasonal and our long-term reliability assessments. So working with the Reliability Assessment Subcommittee and the Probabilistic Assessment Working Group, we develop these reports that are very important for NERC's mission of performing adequacy assessments. But the experts that make all that a reality are seated, some of them are seated up here with me today, either currently serving or in the past have served in leadership positions with our industry stakeholder groups that work with NERC. So we're really looking forward to this panel. We're going to talk about the methods and the risk thresholds that can be used and approaches that can be used in energy assessments. And this is really the technical underpinnings of how a proposed reliability standard could be carried out by the applicable entities that the drafting team has developed for this standard. So in a moment here, we'll hear from Dr. Julie Jin from ERCOT, where she's a supervisor of reliability and modeling, a team there. She also serves on our probabilistic assessment working group. Our second panelist will be Kelly Hunter, who is also on the PAWG and the reliability assessment subcommittee for Manitoba Hydro. And then our third panelist joining us today is Matt Elkins, currently serving at GE Vernova Consulting Services, but a past chair of the Probabilistic Assessment Working Group, and also a leader with the regional entities in developing what we've come up with for our wide area assessment approach. So we've got a great panel today, and we've got time for them to do short presentations, and we'll leave plenty of time for question and answers. So our first panelist is Dr. Julie Jin at ERCOT. And if Julie is online and ready to go, we will turn it over to her. Julie?
Thank you, Mark, for the introduction. I also want to thank you for inviting me to speak, and also thank you for accommodating my remote presentation. I'm going to talk about the energy studies methodology at ERCOT. Next slide, please. ERCOT energy studies use PowerGEM's strategic energy and risk evaluation model for Monte Carlo simulations. The model simulates 8760 hourly chronological commitment and dispatch. This approach is crucial for capturing time-correlated issues such as the battery storage duration and the multi-day impact of low wind solar availability on system reliability. We capture multiple important uncertainties in our modeling through simulating many scenarios with multiple iterations. We consider weather uncertainty. We have 44 years of hourly weather history, like temperature, in our model, which is used to model weather-related outage. We also have 44 years of hourly load shapes, hourly wind profiles, and hourly solar profiles. We also model economic load forecast error by using a distribution of 5 points. The generator outage modeling is a crucial part of our risk modeling. We model both partial and full forced outages. We also model weather-related forced outage, which is added to the regular outages. As Peter mentioned in the first panel, ERCOT has the 3 criteria reliability standard. The SOVEM model can model this reliability standard as constraints, like in our capacity expansion analysis. We can apply these, we can model these the reliability standard thresholds. In our risk analysis, we calculate the reliability metrics, then compare with these 3 criteria. The model also can model ancillary service products, scarcity pricing mechanisms, and emergency operating procedures. So basically, it's a very capable model. In the following slides, I will highlight some modeling capabilities. Next slide, please. The first thing I want to highlight is the energy storage model. The SOVEM has 2 options for energy storage optimization. One is economic optimization, which minimizes production cost. The other is reliability optimization. We currently use economic optimization, but the reliability contribution of battery fleet is expected to be very close to the contribution based on the reliability optimized approach. We also model round-trip efficiency losses of battery storage, and also variable operations and maintenance costs for charging and discharging. The model also can simulate duration limits. In our system, we also have a hybrid storage and solar and hybrid storage and wind resources. For these resources, the model is capable to restrict charging energy to paired renewable resources. And we also have some hybrid resources which are self-limiting facilities. For these self-limiting facilities, the model can restrict their total output and withdrawal withdraw based on their limits. Next slide, please. The next thing I want to talk about the weather-related outage. We model both cold and hot weather-related outage. We use a function of temperature and outage probability by ERCOT weatherization zone to model weather-related outage. The winter outage probabilities are based on analysis of unplanned outages that occurred during extreme winter storm events. As I already mentioned, the weather-related outages are added to the outages due to other causes or non-weather-related causes. The Public Utility Commission of Texas adopted a weatherization rule after Winter Storm Uri. So we needed to model the effectiveness of the weatherization rule in our model. The current assumption for the weatherization effectiveness is 85% if the wind chill temperature is greater than 5 degrees than the temperature threshold. If the wind chill temperature is between 5 degrees above and 10 degrees below temperature thresholds, declining curve is applied by the declining curve is by weatherization zone. If the wind chill temperature is lower than 10 degree below temperature threshold, the weatherization effectiveness becomes 0. After winter storm Uri, ERCOT also introduced the firm fuel supply service. It provides additional on-site fuel source for generators. It offers redundancy in case of natural gas supply shortage during extreme cold weather. This helps grid reliability and resiliency. Next slide, please. I also want to highlight the two new ancillary services. Peter already mentioned DRRS. I would like to mention the ERCOT Contingency Reserve Service, ECRS, as well. ERCOT launched the ECRS in June 2023. It's also after Winter Storm Uri. This ancillary service reserve is mainly used to mitigate real-time risks, including generator trips and demand surges. The ECRS is fast-acting capacity with a 10-minute response time and sustaining output for 2 hours. It helps meet manage net load volatility, like caused by renewable forecast error, and also reduces the risk of energy emergency alert. The DRRS is the forthcoming ancillary service. It's mandated by the Texas legislature to ensure the grid has sufficient backup power to handle long duration uncertainty, like sustained low wind and solar output. The resources which provide DRRS must be able to go online with 2 hours of receiving a call from ERCOT and must be capable of running for at least 4 consecutive hours. The DRRS aims to lower the need for reliability unit commitments by procuring needed capacity in the day-ahead market. Next slide, please. Yeah, this slide shows the main simulation results from our energy studies. The top left shows the annual metrics, including expected unserved energy in megawatt hour and ppm. It also includes loss of load hours and loss of load expectation. The top right table shows the three compliance criteria, and we use this table to check if the three criteria are met. The first line under the table header is our reliability standard thresholds, which is 0.1 loss of load expectation, and 12 hours of maximum duration with 1% exceedance probability, and 14 gigawatt hour maximum hourly unserved energy with 1% exceedance probability. The bottom left chart shows is an illustration for risk period, which shows hourly generation for 2 days for a loss of load for 2 loss of load days. The different colors shows the hourly generation by type, and the red area is unserved energy. The green area is energy storage, and the green line at the bottom of the chart shows the energy storage charging. The bottom right chart shows unserved energy heat map by hour and by month. There are other types of heat map as well, like by weather year, by hours. Yeah, there are different types of heat map can be created. Yeah, the heat map shows the ERCOT region has the risk mainly concentrated in winter evening, night, and early morning hours. I believe this is the last slide I had. I will go ahead and turn it over to Kelly.
Very good. Thank you, Julie. Our next presenter is Kelly Hunter. He's a drafting team member, and he's with Manitoba Hydro, where he works in market and resource adequacy analysis. He's been a long-term member of the Probabilistic Assessment Working Group and the RAS. So, Kelly, go ahead, take it away.
No, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. I'm just going to give a quick oversight of some of the work we've done and the challenges as it relates to the proposed standard. Next slide. We are as a predominantly hydro utility. This is energy assessments is something we've been doing for many decades. On the nearer term horizon, we do one actually every week, updating it for hydro inflows, outages, load forecasts, and they are energy constrained by the possibility of a severe drought could happen. We could be in a flood today, but the drought could start tomorrow. So our operating plans are always constrained by the potential for a drought to occur. On the long-term planning horizon, our production costing simulations we use for generation expansion. We have a long-term hydraulic record of over 110 years. I think it's 112 years right now. It gets a little longer every year, and that is a constraint. It is part of our planning criteria that we can meet our load. For capacity expansion, we have both firm capacity credits, and we have something we call firm energy certificates or dependable energy certificates, where we take the annual generation that we can count on in that severe drought and make sure that we can meet our expansion plan meets that. Next slide. For our resource adequacy analysis, for 2025, we did a major, redesign of our probabilistic analysis work. We moved to the SURVEM platform. That was largely data driven. Basically, MISO uses SURVEM and PowerGem does the MISO work, and we wanted to keep our data and get the information to model our system. We need a good model of the MISO system. We also include Ontario and Saskatchewan. Conclusion number one: our resource adequacy studies need a very large footprint. You can't just model yourself. You have to model your neighbors, maybe even two over. That's a key part of it. Weather year studies, I think we're on the same page as ERCOT here. We're also studying 44 weather years. That includes load, wind, solar, not so much in Manitoba, but for MISO. And also we include our hydraulic record. We don't use the whole 110 years. We only use 44 years. We don't have wind and solar records going back that far. But certainly you need that kind of long range record to be able to hunt for extreme events. We do have one thing we do differently. We have our internal hydro models. They take the inflows into our system, the water as it comes in, and we run it through our own production costing software, and it does what we call shaping the water. It takes the inflows and it models essentially the reservoir operations, and then we take that output, which is monthly generation by plant, and then we put that into SURVEM. So it's an additional step that other people may not do, but that is a hydro system specific piece of work. Next slide. Modeling challenges, certainly data availability. As I mentioned, you have to model not just your system, but you need to model beyond your system. So as soon as you're obviously modeling outside your system, data availability makes it a problem. Maybe ERCOT, they're less interconnected. They have a little not there, but in general, as you start getting into more and more interconnected, data availability beyond your own system becomes there, which relates to edge of model assumptions. What level of regional support do you need? Do you model two systems beyond? Do you assume that there's no interactions? What is that? These are all things that maybe you're not going to be bailed out by your neighbor, but your neighbor's neighbor. How do you capture that in your model? For storage resources, you're trying to model operator decisions. In general, in storage, you can operate in this period or that period, but you can't operate in both. The operator makes that decision, but that decision actually will impact your resource adequacy metrics. You may have been to some of the various probabilistic analysis forum stuff. I think Matt may have even presented it, showing that how where you dispatch your battery resource will impact your reliability metrics. Historical data is not always representative of future operations. Historical hydro operation is that historic. In particular, if you go through one winter with a certain amount of water, and maybe you have a cold December, so you generate more hydro in December, and then January was mild, so you don't generate less hydro. And then you use that data for the next year for terms of hydro generation, and you have a cold January, you're going to see, hey, I got lots of load events in January. Well, no, that's because you used historical data that you may have operated your hydro system differently. You can't just blindly take historical hydro data. It may change from year to year. The way you won't operate the hydro system next year the way you did last year. And in terms of tuning of hydro generation, we went through a fairly extensive process working with PowerGem to get our hydro generation tuned, our average generation, some emergency generation, other things that to be able to capture the way that we do. It is not, SURVEM is not hydro dispatch software. It does model hydro, but there's things that we had to do to kind of tweak the model a little bit to make it work. Future uncertainties in these studies, certainly load growth, additional timing of resources, retirement's a challenge. I know there's talk about, if you're trying to do an energy assessment 10 years out, that's just so problematic because you don't know your load, you don't know what's going to retire, you don't know what's going to be built. It's just inherently so uncertain as you get out. That's into the IRP realm, the realm of having different scenario planning and that sort of thing. Next slide. And the general challenge here of any loss of load type studies is you're putting a microscope on a very small study. Something I learned 20 years ago. We were doing a wind integration study, and we had a vendor who's nowhere near this room was complaining that their hydro model was you made this change, and we're doing a parallel case, and we made such a small change that our model just can't do that, and they're basically whining about the study we were trying to do, and it's like, well, so they had to make some software changes, and it worked just fine. But the point is, you're kind of looking for a needle in a haystack here. We are looking for some very remote events. You're chasing that tiny little area in the middle. 1 day in 10 years is a few hours in 87, 60 hours. So any of their assumptions, whether it be on the demand side or the supply side, clearly you can see if it's going to change that. So these types of studies certainly are very susceptible to assumptions. Next slide. And then the other thing is there's a question on threshold. So what are we doing right now? We have a current planning reserve margin. It is based on both historical adequacy analysis, i.e. how did our system do when we did have those rare, really cold days in Canada? And then we also use, of course, more importantly, I guess we do the probabilistic studies using the 1 day and 10-year threshold. So we certainly take a look at the data we have. Next slide. In terms of thresholds for energy, I touched on this. We have a deterministic energy criteria that we would have enough energy to survive the drought of record, which is roughly a 1 in 110-year event. It's a hydro system specific criteria. There's no thermal system equivalent. And under that criteria, we would have no, as it's deterministic, we wouldn't have any unserved load, but it's also a pretty extreme event. So next slide. Thresholds in the future. Now that we have CERVM, certainly we're going to do a lot more analysis to better understand our own resource adequacy drivers. We're going to look at wind is a big thing. It's not our wind. It's actually the MISO wind we need to better understand and how the regional system works. Potential outcomes in the future. Reserve margin changes, sure. Better understanding of ELCCs, a very equivalent load carrying capabilities of various resources. We're likely to add an inspected unserved energy criteria. That's still pretty preliminary. I can't see us not doing that, but we haven't made that decision yet. And the other thing we're evolving to, there's something it's called a critical energy period analysis. In our business, we call it the cold snap analysis. Further south, it might be a heat wave, where we look at a period of 2 to 3 weeks of cold weather that we have, and how does our system do, and make sure that we have enough energy and short-term reservoir storage to be able to survive that event. So that's a key thing in considerations like contingency. So we throw at it. It is a deterministic case at this point, but we throw at it a whole bunch of contingencies to make sure that we can survive that event. Next slide. And then challenges with the standard, I think this is the last slide, is the cap. There's many uncertainties, including future load growth. Worry that, we don't want to be forced to build. I know there's understanding of what does the cap force anybody to do, if anything, but certainly that's an issue. The criteria in R3, I think maybe we can look at that. Noting that the criteria is very much a power system specific and regulatory specific environment. We heard it from the state panels this morning. Certainly, it is very, very unique to everybody's own world. Resource adequacy studies and the trade-offs are very complex. I think it's hard, and we heard this morning too, and I wrote this slide before I'd heard all that. It's hard for regulators and decision makers to wrap their heads around that. It is such a, rates versus reliability. It's a trade-off. It's been around for a long time. I like the Bond-Bright reference this morning. He doesn't mention that. I got to remember that one for a regulator. And wide area modeling, that's a challenge too. The data availability, particularly wind generation. Why isn't there a wind generation data set for all in North America so that we can do resource adequacy studies on an equivalent basis? So I think that's it.
questions here in a minute, but next we're going to go to Matt Elkins, our third panelist. Matt is with GE Vernova right now, and prior to that, he spent a number of years at WEC and worked in our reliability assessments world for the regional entities and with the RAS and the PAL. So Matt, go ahead.
Very good. Is this on? Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Mark. Yeah, so I work at GE. What I wanted to do with this presentation is kind of take it a little into more of the theory of what we're trying to do, kind of level set, like so that we can ask ourselves, what are we trying to do with this standard? And I think that's the key question here. So if you want to go to the next slide, yeah, for those of I know a lot of faces in this room, and you've probably seen a lot of this theory, and it's probably too much, but yeah, so I mean, you think about it like this is kind of your standard like operational deterministic, just single forecast. You're looking at that kind of thing. You want to see how things are going to operate over the coming year. You can do this in the near term. You put a lot of dispatch logic into that. You can see how your batteries are going to behave, look at the markets, those kind of things. It's very much a production dispatch model. You'll hear that a lot. And that's fine. I mean, you can do that. And then, this one here, the summer peaking. And I think in the past, we just kind of made sure that the distance between those two lines was great enough. We considered that a margin. So go ahead and go next. Yeah, so what we're trying to do here really is look at a range. And I think, Kelly was pointing to this as well. And I think everyone knows this. We're trying to look at all possibilities. It's almost impossible to look at all possibilities. We just don't know what's going to happen, especially the farther you go out. But basically what we're trying to say here is like before, if I were just looking at that system without the shaded area, everything looked fine, right? On a deterministic basis. But when I start adding in this capability or the nuances that associated with like energy instead of capacity, those are the kind of things that we're trying to get at with these assessments. And so you see here, range possibilities, range of available energy, depending on force outages, all those kind of things, and a range, depending on temperatures. Yeah, sorry. I tend not to put a lot of words on my slides, but I try to add them because people always say, more words? Yeah. So I just talk to the pictures. Yeah, so let's think about this right now. So this is like 8760, all the hours there. I could draw a slice in that at any hour. I could take any hour. And if you go to the next slide, what does that look like? I've basically taken that slice and flipped it on its end, right? So now you have a range around your demand. This one here on the right-hand side of the slide was the top shaded area. The bottom shaded area is represented by the resources over there on the left-hand side, right? This is any given hour. This is what we're trying to look at. Kelly was getting at it with that one slide that was looking at a lot of this here. So where we're trying to get at, and I think what is important is you look at availability for your resources over there. You could say capacity, you derate it a little bit for availability, things like that. We're really getting into this energy world, and it has to do with that shape of your distribution, right? Not to get too technical. I am an economist, a statistician. I apologize. I'm not an engineer, but so if I say something, but that's what you're trying to get into is the shape of these distributions. I've also put a distribution around demand. Clearly, lower demand probably won't have as much issue if your demand comes in lower than what you're expecting. But it's the higher demand. And if you go to the next slide, that's exactly what you're seeing here. And you see that same picture, right? The closer those two distributions get to each other, right? Those two lines to begin with, the margin, how far apart they are, the closer they get, those two ranges start to overlap. Right. And the overlap is where we have problems. It's very much in the tail events. So, that's something that you'll hear a lot. It happens way down here. Whereas, again, if I were to draw a line at the expected, it'd be the tallest point of these distributions. Everything would look fine. Right. We have enough resources to meet our expected demand. And our expected energy meets that. But you can see I've extrapolated this further on. And yeah, as as these get farther and farther away, the line comes down and goes, you get less and less possible unserved load to the point where you're going to eventually reach zero. No, because there's got to be something out there, a 1 in a million year event that we just don't have data for. We don't have data for more than a 1 in 100 year event, right? So When we start talking about like 1 in 1,000 year event, things like that, you're extrapolating anything you're doing with the data. So, all right, so this is where we're trying to get at. If you go to the next slide, I want to tie this into what the standard and how it's written, and especially specifically R2, all the requirements there. I just wanted to point this out. This is something we did way back in the day when I was at WEC. So shout out to the WEC folks. I'm still using this slide today.
Notice that.
You know that slide, yes. Look at Elaine Brown.
My name on that slide.
I know. So we just, this was many, many years ago. What we said when we were trying to explain this to people is we took 1 hour out of some results, and we just said, what is the probability of those resource types on this one given hour? Obviously, this is during the day when solar is. I have 2 here because previously, when we focused just on the baseload resources, coal, gas, nuclear, those kind of things, they have these high level availabilities, right? Obviously, the capacity is 100%, but there is some kind of D rate there associated with that. And the energy associated with that, if it's dispatchable and stuff, is really tight distribution. And so when you actually map it on a 0 to 100% scale, it's very hard to see. That's why I kind of called it out here just so everyone could see. This is the distribution of those resources in that portfolio. But then we took that same portfolio. We took the renewable resources, the solar, obviously, like I said, during the day. So the solar profile was there. That's just on that given hour in that given year. What were the likelihoods of that solar being there? You can also look at hydro. Obviously, it's important you storage capable versus run of river. Run of river is you can't store. You just are at the mercy of the river. You're going to have different distributions for those types of resources. Wind also, I mean, obviously, and geographically, where you're located, right? I mean, the higher you go, your solar is probably not going to be as high because of the equator and all that kind of stuff and the proximity to the sun. That's getting too engineering. And the wind, like where's your best wind kind of stuff. Anyways, that's what I'm trying to say. So if you go to the next slide, all of this gets added into these 2 distributions. And in the past, it was very easy for us to you didn't have that many resources. You didn't focus on transmission, relying on other neighbors and stuff like that. You could just do the maths, right? And you could just multiply these 2 together. And that's really how this all came about. Where we're at today, we can't do that, right? Obviously, I mean, we can't, the math associated with this is just astronomical. I don't even think there's enough dimensions. So what we've done is, what do? We sample. That is what we're doing. We're sampling these tools, trying to figure out what is the possible unserved load. And so it really depends on what kind of tool you're using, what you're trying to get at, and those kind of things, right? What is the foundation of the tool you're using? How many runs can you do? How many samples can you do? And where you're trying to really find that information. Obviously, what I'm just trying to show here is if you sample enough times and you iterate, you go around and around and around, you plot all those out here. Eventually, you should be able to draw a line in there that kind of mimics the maps from before. And that's where we're at. And you can draw a line in the sand and say, this is what I want to be. And we're not here to talk about what that line should be. But if you go to the next slide. Yeah, so we've heard a lot about probably ServM has been there. There's a couple tools out there. I'm not here to market ourselves, but I am talking about where we're at, what our tool is focused on doing. This is the only slide I'm going to talk about that. I just wanted to, so when we've tried to come up with these distributions, we're trying to capture everything that associated with this that would change the shape of those distributions. And again, that's on every hour, right? Every hour is going to be different, all those kind of things. Weather, temperature, forced outages, planned outages, transition states, these all associated with how your resources are going to behave. Load forecast variation, you hear Dr. Jin talk about that. Transmission, contracts, relying on others. Maybe you already entered into contracts, things like that. Emergency operating parameters, a lot of this, you want to put these into the models because, yes, I might have a loss of load, but there are procedures, right? Demand response, things like this that we've already entered into contracts or people are prepared for that can mitigate those loss of loads. And then storage capability. Our tool currently where we're at, we're not including market prices, fuel prices, ramp rates. For the engineers, you all realize this is really the operational characteristics of these resources. You need to have this kind of information to know like what your ramp rates are, how do you ramp these things, those kind of things. You see that in a production dispatch model a lot, which is great. I mean, like when you're doing that, I want to see how the system is going to operate over the next week or so. That's the kind of information you want to see, right? That's the kind of stuff you want to know. If I want to look at what is the system 5 years from now, how reliable it's going to be, if adding these in just adds more variability, right? The range of possibilities for these is great, which is fine, right? I mean, some people want to add that in there. So I think I'm talking way too quickly because we're going to have a lot of time for questions. That's good, though.
Good.
So, yeah. So basically what I'm trying to get at is like one tool, I can talk to my tool or our tool, that it's basically just looking at the availability, trying to capture everything that would impact a resource being available in extreme conditions, right? I'm not saying that's how the system would operate or anything like that. Clearly, if we got into that situation, you'd want to switch over to a production dispatch model. You'd want to put in these parameters associated with like, where's my demand currently? Not a range of demand, because you're in a situation that's a week ahead. You know what your demand, what's driving this risk. So you want to put it into a more specific operational model like that. There are tools that have used that platform, the operational platform, the production dispatch platform, and you add in things to do resource adequacy, so you can add more iterations. And they still capture some of the production dispatch logic and those kind of things, but there's give and takes with all these things, right? And then there's even a further tool that comes more from the capacity expansion world, where you're looking at market investments, things like that. They have all that logic in there, which is great. They also have like operational constraints, things like that, which is great. I mean, if that's where you want to go, but then they can't really do 8760, right? Because you got to think about computational time and all the variables associated with this. They do sampling and things like that. So, I mean, that's really where these tools are at, right? It's really what is important to your company to grasp for these kind of things. So let's go to the next slide. This is where and this is my last slide, but I wanted to talk through, I put prevention as written. That's just what the question said in the panel. Tell us why it can't work. I do think these tools can do what we're asking to do. All three of the tools can come up with these parameters and stuff like that. Are they the right parameters? That's the question. I think Kelly was talking about that as well. There's 4 different things there. These are everything that you see in the R2, right? This is all talking about what you need to put in the model there. It's the one slide where I have a lot of words, so I'm kind of just delaying while you all read through that. I know how this works. All right, so go ahead and push next. I want to talk through each one of these. And so what I did is I underlined something in each of these sentences that kind of it causes pause. Not that it's like breaks what we can do, but you have to think about what the standard is saying at this point. And I think there's like reading through all the comments, and I read through all the comments, and a lot of it was CAP and state and the other panels, but there was some in here. You can see the ones, you can also see where the comments come from. I mean, I could read the comments and tell you which tool they're using just because I know what the constraints are, right? And those kind of things. So let's start with this. Forecasted or assumed demand hourly profiles. These are things that are to be included in the study, right? Profiles. Obviously, it's plural. So you got to think about that. How many profiles should it be? What is the right number? There are tools where you use 5 or maybe use 40 profiles, and that gives you a good enough range to capture the extremes, right? And that's great, right? Like and you can include operational characteristics. We're going to talk about that next. If you push next, yeah, there you go. And push it one more time, because the next one, there you go. They're both operational limitations. So maybe your tool, you're capturing those 40 different load profiles, and you're capturing the operational limitations. That's enough for you to really find these risks and to make sure that you're mitigating against these loss of load things. But you look at the loss of load metrics, the resource adequacy metrics and things like that, and you go back to what the maths said, and the calculation is to really truly represent what that number should be, you have to do enough iterations to get that. to get that true number, right? So are we trying to report what our number is, or are we trying to capture all of the risks on the tail ends, the extremes, right? And obviously it's the latter, I think. I mean, because the reporting we do is a lot in the assessments that we do and all those kind of things are great. But that's where you have to think about, okay, the tool that I'm using, yes, it gives me the extreme conditions, but should I put emphasis on the LOLE metric or the 0.01 and stuff like that, knowing that I haven't done enough iterations, in my opinion, to really capture that number? But that's fine if you want to make sure you have your operational characteristics, your hydro capabilities, things like that. People use a lot of different tools. They marry them together. That's where we're going at GE. We're really marrying those together. Kelly, you talked about this, right? Run it through capacity expansion. No, you run it through production dispatch with the hybrid or the hydro. You come up with those things. Storage is very much operational characteristics. And we'll get to that here in a second. But how do you capture that in these models, right? Are you trying to capture how it operates during these extreme conditions, or how much it mitigates being available going into those extreme conditions? You see how you just got to think about these questions a little bit differently. And that's why I just think some of these are just probably to the drafting team, just needs a little bit more pointedness, I would say. And I think some of those comments that came back were just like, this doesn't really cause people to align to a certain thing. And so the question is, are we trying to get everyone to do the same thing? No, probably not. Okay, so we're not trying to actually tell you how to do these things. But by saying these things, are we saying you have to include these things, right? That's what I would say to the drafting team. So yeah, let's talk about the next two. See, I can delay. I can get us right back up there. So operational limitations, obviously demand response programs. Yes, definitely mitigation efforts, things like that, capabilities of the demand response program. Okay. We're getting into that. Yeah, that I understand that. The capabilities would be like how many hours I can cut, those kind of things, but they'd also then get into operational limitations. What do we mean by that? Right? What is the operations of a demand response program? And do these tools capture this? And do you want a resource adequacy tool that's trying to come up with these metrics, doing thousands of iterations to capture that? Or are you just trying to mitigate these risks and not really focus on that metric? Because you can't do that many iterations if you include operational characteristics. See what I'm getting at there? I'm trying to, same thing with resource capabilities, clearly operational limitations, same idea as demand response. They're just both resources. One's just on one side of the equation, one's on the other. Yeah, thank you. We went to the next already. So impact of fuel supply constraints on resources. So this is all under the resource capabilities. And I think I hear a lot of comments, or there were some comments in the responses talking about what does that mean? I will say this, right now we're not capturing in our resource adequacy tools really like outages on pipelines, things like that. We've always assumed that the fuel would be available on these resources. Obviously on the, it depends on what resource you're talking about, the variable energy. Obviously the fuel is not always available and that's what we're trying to capture, but on maybe the base load and those. So really the fuel supply constraints is drastically different for both of those things, right? Is it due to pipeline? Is it due to, there's where natural gas has to go to heating before it can go to electricity. There's those kind of mandates and things like that. So just defining that right there, how that applies, it's such a wide thing. I don't know how you get into the detail of that. If you go to the next. Yeah, forecasted and forced resource outages. Right. So I think most of the tools are capturing these. The question becomes how big, right? I think, Dr. Jean, you were talking about how you capture a 5-point forecast. Think about that. You kind of have an outage profile, how the outages impact your resources. Instead of running like 100 different profiles out of that, sampling those, you lock down 5, like maybe a very extreme condition, a very good condition, it's high, medium, low, those kind of things, what people do. 5-point forecast. I've heard people say 7-point forecast. You can choose 7 and it just goes with every half standard deviation. And I apologize. I went way too statistical there. But it's just basically taking slices out of this, right? And so that's what they're doing is saying, okay, now we have a good representation of what that distribution would look like. Now run that with my 100 iterations or my 40 with different weather years and stuff like that. Is that enough to capture, to clearly say this is what the math would give me as a metric? Probably not, but it is enough to capture those risks and those conditions that this standard is, in my opinion, is trying to do, is really make sure that we're aware of these instances that are coming up. Go to the next. See, now I'm way behind schedule. I talk way too much. Profiles again. I just captured that again. I mean, how many profiles? What is that? Variable energy resources. Do you want 100 years? Do you want 40 years? Do you want a distribution and sample thousands of samples out of that distribution? I mean, those are all different things. So it's just that. Go to the next. Energy storage. We all believe, all the tools we've all put this in there. Even hybrid resources, batteries, all those kind of things. It all comes back. I mean, hydro storage was always there. We had that kind of thing. We also had pump storage, which was hydro based. Kind of represented our batteries way back in the day. But now we actually have all that. The reason why I highlighted this, though, because the constraints, right? And I guess I could have highlighted constraints, but the more you want to put in there, the more iterations I need to do to capture what that variable is, right? These are all variables that I'm adding to that distribution. I'm changing the shape and I'm changing it every hour. And how do you come up with that information? So go to the next. We'll wrap this up. Imports and exports. Yeah, again, it's a give and take in these tools. Depends on what you're trying to do. If you have a lot of the production dispatch, you have a lot of even maybe the market investment portfolio platform and stuff like that. You have to give up on things. A lot of people give up on transmission if they're just studying a small area. You'll hear them say this is copper plate, which just assumes there's no transmission constraints. But we're clearly calling out transmission constraints in the next one. You go to the next. I think no, I didn't about it yet. How it reduces generation. So now you got to start thinking about, are these tools, the tool that I'm using to focus on that? Like I want to know what the impact is in my market out 10 years from now, right? That's very much the market investment platform. Am I going to be focused on what these constraints are? Those kind of things in the operational world? Yes, maybe in that tool. Those kind of things. You just got to think, where does this fit into that? And by this saying you must include all these, at what level, right? Yes, we believe we need to model our neighbors. We all believe that because I mean the mitigation, or else we'd be overbuilt if we are all islanded. But to what extent do we include those constraints? So, and I didn't highlight anything on the last one because that's just any other. So I believe that's it. Yeah. So very good. Open it for, send it back to you.
Thanks to the presenters. We have the opportunity now for your questions. You can use the Slido poll, but for those in the room, if you have a question for our panelists, you can raise your tent, and we will call on you. I think I'll get some discussion going, but as you go, you can put your tent up and we'll call on you. And I encourage the drafting team members, especially, this is your opportunity to consider the comments that you had in the first posting, and work towards building consensus by asking the kind of questions that would help you resolve those comments. Did we get one to go up? Yeah. Hey, Mark. Oh, good. I think Marcus.
Thanks for the thanks for the presentations. One question I had is that a lot of the different looks that you were talking about, the probabilistic assessments, we certainly are using those in MISO. You look at all sorts of different weather years, similar to the ERCOT presentation. Have a cold weather outage adder, all these things that can impact resource availability. That then translates into a requirement, and then which is used for a single year, and then on a longer term, the utilities have to plan towards that. So, when in your presentations, what was the time frame as to what you're looking at? Is it open-ended out into the future? Is it for a single year? Because we do both, and things change throughout time. So I was just trying to understand how these tools
account for that with the different timeframes.
A lot of the probabilistic analysis, because of the extreme data and data crunching nature of the problem, are run as a 1-year model. And like, for example, the NERC Prob A is 2 years out and 4 years out. And as you go further beyond that, it gets, the load uncertainties and even resource new build versus retirement uncertainties become more challenging. So a lot of the probabilistic analysis is done with in under 5 years, but you also need to, theoretically, you should be running 10 years out so you can determine whether that mix of resources. But the problem is, even on the capacity expansion models, you might need a different, mix of, if you choose a certain type of resources, say more gas turbines, you may need different resources, different quantities of that resource, even under accredited capacity and energy, versus going with a solar battery on a summer peaking system. So the problem is, I call it, the problem is mathematically unstable. It's a net iterative loop and an iterative loop and an iterative loop. So job security for resource planners, so yeah. There is a bit of a tendency to keep things there. I know MISO, my understanding of the MISO process is that they had to be pushed to start doing out-year planning reserve margin projections. There's nobody here from MISO. I don't think Eduardo's not here. I don't see him. I think MISO had to be pushed. That's my interpretation, not theirs. But there's a bit of a hesitancy to go too far out because of all the uncertainty.
I'll ask if Julie wants to answer as well, because I know in Texas you have specific study years. Is that right, Julie?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as Peter mentioned, we do the NERC probabilistic assessment, and also we have our own reliability assessment and other studies. With all these studies, we pretty much cover the next 5 years. Because all these studies have different study years. Yeah, I agree with what that was Kelly, right? Kelly said it's for like years like far in future, more than like 5 years out. There is a great uncertainties in all the data, like the generation resources, even though the forecast, there are too much uncertainties, which makes the study results may not be very reliable. Yeah, with this answer, I also want to clarify what Matt mentioned, the 5 points distribution I talked about in my presentation. The 5 points distribution is used to model economic load forecast error. It's not used to model forced outage. Thank you.
Tom Butz, Minnesota Power. We've noticed from the MISO data that the summer of 2012 has an enormous amount of extreme conditions, and I don't know how far that footprint goes. So just as kind of a heads up, just to make sure that your statistical representation, you could be getting a lot of pull from a certain corner of your data. But I guess I'd like to push that earlier question a little further, because I know that if you're too far in the trenches and you're like, yeah, let's get a model, and the whole thing of a perfect model is like never going to happen and all of that. If you had a magic wand and you said from here to here to here, what do you want this to tell you? Is it going to direct your resource mix? Is it going to say, when can you let go of a resource and retire it and replace it? I mean, just give us some high level flyover of like what you want to see from this kind of analysis, so it really kind of gives us that perspective of when you have this broad of a view of all the gods and all the weather years and all the different statistical representation, What do you want it to show you? I know that's kind of a wide question, but just kind of push that a little bit on what you're shooting for.
Yeah, I'll jump in on that one. I feel like I need to caveat like we were doing at the beginning where it's just my opinion, right? No, I think, and this is what I've always said. Like, I mean, year one, you definitely want to, I mean, from today until, you know, the end of the year, obviously operational at that point, it's too late to build resources, things like that. You've got to think about that, right? And so if you, in the strict sense of the nature, if it was just generating resource requirement, but it's not. I mean, you've got to think of resources as transmission as well, right? I mean, anything that could move or deliver energy is a resource in the system. But I've always thought of like the studies that we do is 2 to 5 years, right? That's why the NERC probably every 2 and 4 years is great. The fourth year, clearly, there's going to be a lot that's going to change. Even next year, when I go to redo that study, things are going to change. Use it as a precursor, as a hey, is something way off that we need to act now, or can we react in the year 2? The year 2, you probably can't build resources fast enough. So how do you operationally mitigate that? Get it to a point where you're handing it over to the operators in the current year as you move through time, and they go, great, this is a lot easier for us to operate. Those kind of things. That's the way I've always looked at it. I do think, and I want to get to this, I want to add to this, is that years 5 through 10 can be important because of what I said, like where you're looking out there, you know it's going to change, but given where we are today, given where we think we're going, what does it look like out there? What do we need to do? And maybe you start looking at transmission that far out as well. So resource adequacy in that time frame is take it for what it is. I don't know that I would focus too much on the numbers coming out of it because that's just based on assumption today. But it could give you a good insight into where we might be heading and what we might need to do before we get to that 5-year time frame. You know, you kind of see how that kind of fades down. Anyway, sorry.
And you want to add? Sure, I'll add a couple more comments here. You know, in terms of what to get out of these types of studies, I think more than the specific numbers, it's an understanding of the risk profile and how things are evolving from year to year. You know, I've seen, or I think the LTRA itself made comments about, you know, they're seeing a shift from summer to winter in the south, which is sitting up further north. That's hard to comprehend. But once I was talked through it, it made sense. But that has potentially profound implications on the grid over there. But it's to understand how your risk profile is changing over you need, and also what are the characteristics you want from a new one. You know, there's a lot of talk of you know, getting, you know, what does a 4-hour battery go? Is that what you want? Is it more, if it's energy, is it wind? If it's winter energy, maybe you want wind. If it's summer energy, maybe solar is better. So it's some idea of what the risk profile is and what you want as you go forward.
Just wanted to ask, there was talk about more pointed language. Just kind of wanted to share some perspective on, you know, talks that we had in the drafting team about not making that as prescriptive, being that, you know, there's deterministic and there's probabilistic type studies, and, you know, kind of getting your perspective on where's the line between being too descriptive about how many profiles, how many weather years, how many, or you know, how are we supposed to, you know, are we supposed to use 5 or 7, or in that standard deviations, or, you know, do you need to have 40 weather years, or do you need to have 45, or is one fine and you use the probabilistics? So just where's your perspective on where's that fine line to ride?
No, and I honestly, in response to that, and I agree with the way you wrote it, because it leaves it to people to be able to use what tool they want to use, right? But there's a lot of language in there about aligning our studies and about making things more common and things like that. And I think people are misinterpreting that by saying, well, you gave me all these vague instructions, but then your bonus is trying to align things. That's what I read in the comments there. So you just got to decouple those somehow, right? And I think the way, like I said, the way R2 is written, great. I think all 3 of the tools there's more tools out there than 3, but I think of the 3 bigs, they can all do those, right? in some flavor, right? It depends on what you want. Do you want the operational? Do you want the transmission, the market investment, or do you want just strictly resource availability? I'm saying. So I guess to the drafting team, it really is, if you're trying to leave that open, then you have to kind of soften a little bit, hey, we're trying to align everybody and all that kind of stuff, which is what I read kind of in there. So that's how but I agree. I liked R2. Sorry. If you wrote R2, I wasn't trying to.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to give Kelly and Julie a chance to answer that question, give some perspectives on any specific, modeling components that you think need to be addressed as you do these studies.
I think R2 as written is fairly comprehensive without being prescriptive. I had initially thought that maybe this would be a fairly prescriptive. We'd get down a layer or even two more layers into prescriptive here. It didn't, and maybe that I see that now as a good thing. But I do think, actually, R2 is, I don't think is that problematic offhand. I think it's a pretty general description, but it's just one opinion.
Yeah, yeah. The parameters in R2 should be sufficient to represent different aspects of reliability, energy reliability risks. I do have a comment about the known transmission limit, including the known transmission limits. We did some pilot study using zonal models for the resource adequacy studies. It turns out that it's harder to validate these zonal models. We can divide the system into zones and develop the transmission limits between these among these zones. But it's hard to validate if this zonal transmission representation is close enough to nodal, even like a nodal system with you only model the known transmission limits. If that's like the zonal system, if it's equivalent to that type of nodal system with only the known transmission limits are modeled. So it's hard, basically it's hard to validate a zonal system based on our experiment. The second is also hard to integrate the zonal level reliability indices. We can calculate the aggregated reliability indices for the whole system based on zonal results. But they're like for a system like ERCOT, we have like a battery, like 18 gigawatt of battery storage, operational battery storage resources. You would expect if you redispatch, adjust the dispatch of these storage resources, you can change, you can adjust your aggregated reliability indices. So then it becomes a very complicated multi-objective optimization problem. So yeah, that's what I think about the including known transmission limits in the energy reliability assessment.
Yeah, just to, add on to that. Sorry, if I could. So, if you think about R2 though, the way I read it is you must have each one of those. And I think I don't think any of the tools has all of those. Depends on what the flavor is. So I just wanted to put that. And I think that gets back to the transmission comment as well.
Good. Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up to that real quick? If you're so if you thought one of those things would I think the point was to consider them, and if your specific tool doesn't consider something that you believe is a impact to your system, I guess the question then becomes, do you need a new tool to assess whatever that piece you decided was important, but you just don't have a way to model it?
Yeah, no, that's why you see a lot of companies were shifting around all these models because of that. I think they're already there. If their tool doesn't do what they need, they're going to go find a tool that does. So I just think, I mean, just the language there just needs to be, I mean, I'm just trying to talk to the drafting team where it's, and maybe consider these kind of things, not must include these kind of things, because I don't know that. I mean, there's not one tool that does all of them. And
Yeah, that's exactly right. I just want to chime in, Matt, if you don't mind. Yeah, like for the transmission constraints, you probably can use a production custom model. It can model nodal transmission, but it cannot do the like so many iterations we needed to run for reliability assessment.
All right, so we're not showing any questions online. I assume that the conversation here, the online participants, their questions were answered. But just as a very quick reminder, we do have a couple more minutes left here. If you do have any questions for our online participants, please scan the QR code and submit your question to Slido. All right, thank you.
Reliability standard would require the adequacy or the energy assessment for 1 year in the first 5 years and 1 year in the second 5 years. How, would, and then it lists all those parameters for assumptions in your method. What might change in assumptions, I guess, and how you approach that? Because you both have mentioned, or all three of you have mentioned the uncertainty grows in your load forecast and your resource, your resources available as you get into those later years. Is there any, have you thought through how you would approach that, a method to doing an energy assessment in the second, in the second time frame there, those second 5 years? Yeah, Kelly.
It definitely gets harder further out. And it's not only, it gets back to, I'm not only modeling our system, I'm modeling my neighbor's system. So I might know what I'm going to do or we might know what we're going to do in our own system in 5 or 6 years time. But now I got to predict what my neighbors are going to do. And that's probably a tougher one, right? Much tougher. So I think that's part of the challenge. Certainly, there was discussion on the drafting team, what years do you line it up with the Prob A, that way. Certainly, as you get further out in time, the probabilistic analysis gets, I don't know, fuzzier is the right word. There's got to be some technical term for that, but fuzzier for lack. But I think that that's a concern is the data and other plans further out. So
yeah. Julie, have you thought about that at all? I know in
Yeah, we did. I think the main uncertainty, the biggest uncertainty is resource projection for the second part of the study horizon, the second year. It's based on our generation interconnection requests. We almost don't see any planned resources have projected COD like 5 years out. So that means if we needed to do a study for year 6, we probably needed to run our capacity expansion model to determine like what kind of generation and what type, like how much generation resources will show up in the system. Then we will need to include these fictitious generators in the model. So it's the main issue is the resource projection, and also big uncertainty in load forecast as well. Like 2 years ago, we didn't know we would have so much large loads come up in our system. But everything changed after 2 years. We have a huge projection for large loads for data centers.
Yeah, thanks, Julie.
Yeah, so I think we talked about this a long time ago when we called it probabilistic squared, and I think people shoot us out of the room. You've got to do, yeah, it's going to happen again. No, you've got to do a range of forecasts around a range of forecasts. It's really what it gets down to. Think about the probabilistic. You have a range. You're trying to pick up the variability within that hour and all those kind of things for all these resources. But then you want to look at and this is exactly what Dr. Jane was just talking about. You want to look at like, what if it's under a load growth scenario of 5%? What if it's a low growth scenario of 10%? And then run those probabilistics out there so you can start seeing it's not probability times probability, but it's at least the probabilistic assessment over 3 or 4 different scenarios, 5. And really it's just resources and load, I would think. Maybe even like adding a transmission line out there. You want to see what that would do. I mean, but again, in like you said, it gets back to what are the scenarios that capacity expansion models are running? Because that's the kind of stuff that they're looking at under these different things. And then running your probabilistic under those same situations. That's the key, is these tools need to talk to each other.
Okay, well, thanks. We're going to thank Dr. Julie Jin, Kelly Hunter, and Matt Elkins for being on our panelists and giving presentations. Thanks for all the questions. I think we are on break. Is that right? All right.
That is correct, Mark. We're going to take a 15-minute break and we'll resume here at 2:30. Thank you.
It's ignore the first level. There you go. I love this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hear that how to pronounce it. Nobody knows how to pronounce it. It's German. It's an accent.
That's the meeting. He was one of the first, sir.
Oh, I did hear him say something on
Consonant.
VP or something.
Yeah.
Steven Jung, yes.
Just for those 3 minutes.
Okay, everyone. All right, we're ready to get into our panel 3, mitigating energy shortfalls and a long-term planning horizon. I will now hand the meeting off to Jamie Calderon, who's our moderator. Thank you.
All right, mic check. Yep, sounds good. Looking forward to this discussion. I know it's been a lot of overlap discussion where we've already talked a little bit about corrective action plans today. I think it's hard not to. I'm really excited with this panel here where we have a little bit more. Let's get into the depths of what does it mean to have a better correction plan? What does it look like? What are some options? So just quickly to introduce the panelists here, I'm joined by we'll say Chelsea Loomis, Manager of Regional Planning, Transmission Planning Services at Western Power Pool, Ruth Klecker, drafting team member and Manager of Planning, Compliance and Policy at ITC Transco, and Mark Curras, drafting team member and Senior Lead Engineer at FERC with the FERC and Reliability Compliance Department at PG. I know several of you have been on drafting teams in the past and on other drafting teams currently as well. So just thank you for your continued support of the NERC drafting process. So I think we'll start first with Ruth going through presentation on mitigating energy shortfalls.
Mic check. Okay.
Next slide.
As we've already talked about a lot, one of the big things is making sure that the system has the need, meets the needs of the customers. Are we looking at transmission? Are we looking at generation, buying generation, energy from outside? So coming up with a corrective action plan really is looking at different ways to mitigate any shortfall. It can come in various different flavors based on where you are. If you have an IRP, the goal we need to be looking at is a way to factor in that corrective action plan in a, such that it meshes with that IRP. Yet in other areas where there aren't IRPs, it works for those entities also. So we're going to have to work on that and balance those two things with corrective action plans. So we're going to be looking for a lot of support from outside, especially the regulating entities, to make sure that what we propose will work within the framework that they have with the state jurisdictions. So, because for us to propose a corrective action plan where it doesn't work with them, we're just going to continue to get no votes and we're not going to get this thing to go through. Like I said, we have other entities that don't have IRPs, and we have to make sure that whatever we propose works for them too. Corrective action plans are not supposed to be a dirty word. They're supposed to be something that makes sense with where the organization is at today and where people think they're going to be tomorrow. So, that's what we're looking for. And that's what today is all about, is helping to drive that understanding such that we can get things to work together. Next slide. The goal here is also to not cause additional work for the state commissions and not to go against what the state commission's rules are. So like I said before, we're looking for ways that what we write will work. We're trying to get people to open the door to communication between the entities that are coming up with those corrective action plans and the states when they have jurisdiction, to make sure that, again, the states know what's coming, they know how it's going to get factored in, and ultimately, when they're asked to approve an IRP, there isn't a surprise there. It shouldn't be a surprise. We're hoping that it isn't. So that's what we're looking for. Solutions can come in various different forms: transmission, generation, buying power from outside. We got to really look at what the solution looks like and make sure it fits for the different entities. We went with a resource planner and a transmission planner, mostly because of how the systems have been split up in various different entities, in various different areas. So you have distribution providers in one area that are also resource planners. They would then be working with the transmission planner, whether they're all one entity or different entities, to come up with that solution, making sure that if you propose something, you know what its costs are, you know what its future viability is, and that all can be put together to come up, in the final package that either goes into a planning coordinator's package or into an IRP. So that's what we're looking for. We don't want, conflict between things, and we don't want, issues there. A problem with a report to just the planning coordinator, or the planning coordinator, is that they, in a lot of areas, don't have the ability to get that corrective action plan actually built and constructed. They don't have that in with the state commissions in some areas. So we've got to have something that actually works across the country for everyone. So again, we're looking for assistance in what will work or what doesn't work. The thought here is that entities will come up with a plan and that they will take that as a preliminary item to their state commissions and have conversation. Make sure that they're aware of what they're looking at, what they're thinking about, and why they would select what they did. It would not be of public record at that time, but then if it got incorporated into an IRP, it would become part of public record, because that is a public, thing. So that's where we're hoping to land with this, is such that people can have the conversations. They know what their commission is either going to like or not like, and then they can go forward with what will work for the state. different, as we've heard all day long, different states have different rules, and we've got to make something that will work for everybody. Potential people to think, to do things with, like I said, we had the distribution provider, the resource planner, the transmission planner, and the planning coordinator. Historically, the distribution provider has been the LSE. The reason that was not selected is for those entities where if it is a market-based solution, organization, they're not a distribution provider. So we did not select that entity. In those areas where it is the IRP, the distribution providers are typically also resource planners. So they're one and the same. So we went with the resource provider. Again, when it is a market-based and environment, typically the RTO or that entity is also a resource planner. So it works for both. Transmission planners, we got all kinds of different things. We've got integrated utilities that have everything. We have transmission only entities, and we have RTOs that are transmission planners. So we have to kind of make sure whatever we come up with works for all of those different areas. Again, that's why we picked transmission planner. They can usually work with the transmission owner. They're usually one and the same for a non-RTO based entity. And again, we have planning coordinators that are resource planners, transmission planners, and the planning coordinator. They're going to do it all. But they're also going to need to be bringing in their state commissions to make sure that they're on board with what they're going to be doing. I know a lot of them have signed off on things, but that's where, they still need to be aware of what's going on. So that's where I'm at. I'm probably too short, but
being out in there, I definitely started the round with a little bit of a frog in my throat. So just it's really important for us to come away with some particular solutions. So really appreciated ITC Holdings' perspectives, Ruth, your perspectives that you bring. Being able to assure that we've got some grounds for different considerations, different timelines, different schedules, different regulatory processes. Making sure that we're mindful of that without inhibiting the ability for us to have a little bit of oversight of what is being done to look at those issues. So just really interested in the specifics that come from this. Chelsea, I believe you are up next, so looking forward to it.
All right, next slide, please.
And I'm gonna follow your fine example and stand because I like to point with my arms. So, all right, we're going to dive right into it. So just a quick history on me. I spent 10 years at Northwestern Energy where I was in the planning department. Northwestern is almost the sole utility that provides service to the state of Montana. WAPA also does provide some service, but for the most part, Northwestern Energy is one and done for the state of Montana. The reason that's interesting is I'm going to base the entire conversation today off of what I would do if I was still at Northwestern Energy if this standard were approved as it's written. And what I would do is what Mark suggested at the beginning of the day that we don't do, which would become a check the box activity. And I thought I would describe a little bit why. And I think I'm going to try and come up with at least one solution. I'm not just going to be a kvetch master up here. So, taking a step back, Northwestern Energy does not integrate resource transmission or distribution planning. These are three separate groups. They are dealing with different data sets. They're dealing with different load projections. They are dealing with different futures, even though it's the same transmission system and the same utility. And I tell you what, when I was at Northwestern, I was the manager of the planning group, the transmission planning group. And at the time, I was trying to forge and establish a relationship with the resource planning group. It is not against the FERC rules to do long-term resource and transmission planning together. We're not doing marketing decisions. We're not making day-to-day decisions. It is absolutely within the FERC rules to do these things together. So utilities have literally chosen how they're going to interpret these rules. And for the most part in the Western interconnection, Northwestern is not unique. Of the 38 BAs, I suspect about 35, maybe 36 of them have separated their distribution resource and transmission planning departments. The reason that's important is because when we go into things like corrective action plans, we need to take a step back and think about what data goes into those corrective action plans, right? So when I pulled up Northwestern Energy's, or actually, no, I just pulled corrective action standards from the standards. So we've got our proposed standard under development. And then I grabbed our good friend TPL 1-5. I figure everybody here knows that, right? So look at the language, right? Just look at the language. We're to accept unacceptable levels of reliability risks. Unacceptable levels of reliability risks. On the right-hand side, we're talking installation modification of RAS. We're talking how you do some switching to assure the reliability. We're not even talking the same language, all right? We're talking two different departments, we've got two different data sets, and now we're talking two different languages, and we're calling them all corrective action plans, which is just dangerous. I also emphasized at the bottom there who our functional entities are, because I think that's going to be important. So again, just going into this standard, and I was having this conversation with Dominique, and I was like, oh my gosh, this would be awful if I was still at Northwestern. And this is why. Next slide, please. So these are pictures that are all publicly available. The top left is the Western Power Pool's resource adequacy map. Now, one of the things that I would really love for you to just notice about the state of Montana, at least the Northwestern Energy portion of the state of Montana, how many numbers does that get? Just gets one number, copper plate, right? So Western Power Pool is guilty of treating Montana as a copper plate. That means that any transmission is achievable, generation is always deliverable to load. If we go to the bottom left, this is a picture from Northwestern Energy's integrated resource portfolio. Again, we've got some pockets, we got some zones. Great. But I tell you what, Northwestern Energy has a very limited transmission system, okay? There is some stuff that goes on here in the Great Falls area. There's these 5 lines here, you just can't work around. You literally just cannot work around. You have to go through those, and that is a huge limitation. We go to the right-hand side. This comes from just a regular old transmission map that I found. All right, there are more lines on that map than there are on the other 2 left-hand side maps, right? So not only are we getting different data, we're talking about it differently, we're thinking about it differently. Transmission planners are almost 100% reliability focused, right? We want to ensure reliability. Next slide, please. So what I did then, I was curious. I was like, okay, if corrective action plans are so common, let's actually find some. So I went to Northwestern's IRP, and I went to Northwestern's local area plan, and I grabbed their corrective action plans. Now, if you would look at the corrective action plan on the left, and then look at the corrective action plan on the right, my question to you is, would you even know these are the same system? Would you even know that it was the same organization that had published these corrective action plans? Is there any relationship between these 2 corrective action plans? So what's really happening right now is utilities that are not combined with their transmission and resource planning practices basically have a right hand that has not met the left hand, even though they're on the same body. They have different emphases, they have different concerns. You could kind of already see which one comes from the IRP and which one comes from the local area plan. So next slide, please. So again, like if I was still manager, this compliance standard would literally be Calvin in the bathtub with no water running. What would happen if this standard were to be passed today, and I was still at Northwestern, is the resource planners would take their hourly data for whatever year they're doing, they'd run their analysis, they would do their standard, they would come up with their corrective action plan. But because at that organization, people don't talk to one another, what would literally happen is we would get into a room together and the resource planners would go, here, look at all this fantastic work I did. I did all this great work. And all of the transmission planners would go, cool, check the box. We have complied. All right. The thing with transmission planning is transmission planners, design the car, right? We make sure the car is stopped when we're parked. We make sure that the car can go its full speed on the interstate. Make sure that the car has what we consider to be a generally good-sized gas can in it. What's happening is I feel like if we're using the car as the analogy, right? We're not necessarily asking the operators how the car is running, right? We're not saying to the operators, hey, does your car start shaking really bad when you get to 67 miles per hour? Because my old 84 Topaz really did. Only at 67, not at 66, not at 68, only at 67. So it's a design flaw, right? But when we talk about this standard, what it feels like is like, okay, the planners are designing the car and the resource adequacy folks are like, okay, you're going on a car trip. Are there enough gas stations for the weather conditions? And you're just thrown the sides a little bit. Like, what are we going to do with this information? Next slide, please. So I told you I wasn't just going to be a kvetch master. I don't think we have the appropriate functional entities. I really don't. I think we need to, first of all, create a feedback loop. Okay, so when the resource plan, and again, I'm just going to go straight back to the worst negative example I can with Northwestern. I have no problem throwing them under the bus. I love PowerPool. So in this paradigm, I would suggest that the resource planners take their data, their hourly data. We don't want to create new data. We don't want to create new work. Sure, they're going to run their analysis. They might be doing zonal instead of nodal, et cetera. They've got to come up with a state of the system. That needs to be translated into a power flow study. We need to take those conditions, put them into a reliability study, and then run the reliability on it and see what those concerns are. Because otherwise, we don't know how the car is operating after we've designed it. We don't know how many gas stations are on the road. What we can do is we can emulate what that situation looks like. Now, how much more powerful would that be to have those resource planners going into a room and saying, hey, here's the state of the system that we would love for you to study. And the planners say, okay, then they take that, they model that state of the system. We run reliability, we run contingency, we run stability if we need to. That way we can understand what the reliability concerns are for that operating paradigm, which we may not necessarily have had. So my suggestion is that because we have differences, right? We have different things that are keeping us up at night. We have different data sets. I don't think we all need to learn a new language, right? That's not the intent. I hope that's not the intent of the standard. I didn't want to go and honestly, I don't want to learn a whole lot about resource planning. I know as much as I do, and I prefer the reliability side. But I think there's a real opportunity for the two sides to come together to actually perform some analysis, because without that linkage, without coming back and letting the planners know how the car is operating under those winter conditions, under the limited gas stations, we don't know how big to make the fuel tank. So that's my thought, is perhaps maybe we include the RPs as a functional entity and then include a feedback mechanism so that the planners, the reliability planners, can actually see what it is that the resource planners are concerned about. Thank you.
So much. Oh, sorry, Mark, pushing the table away. Yeah, all right. Next, I'd like to introduce Mark Curras, again, here from PGM, and he's, I know, on the drafting team as well. So just please take it away, Mark.
Well, thank you. I'm Mark Curras. I've been on the standard drafting team. And let me take a moment at the beginning here to kind of advertise for standard drafting teams in general. People go, who writes this standard? Who writes this stuff? It's not really the standard drafting team that writes it. It's you guys. It's the industry. Your comments are what writes the standard. So continue to comment as much as you can. Give us your opinions. We'll take those all into account. And, we try to read each one separately, but, they do tend to fall into some categories and stuff. But so that's how we may respond. But feel free, please, to give us your opinions and how you would believe things would be better than what we have put forth. And I know that this discussion is around caps, but we're not really going to talk about what the cap should be or where it should be. But that was something we were very concerned with, but we were kind of stuck with it. Okay, that was our input to the standard from the SAR. So where where that should have been addressed was in the SAR more than in the standard. But water under the bridge. This is where we are. We have 17% approval, and we're going to move forward with the comments that we have and hopefully come out with something better. So we're going to talk about today at the end here, mitigating energy shortfalls in the long-term planning horizon. That was the name of the thing. And I'm from PJM, so the market will provide. Thank you very much. It's a bit of a joke, but not really, actually. All of the mechanisms that we needed to deal with this are already in place in PJM. They just need a little bit of a kick forward. They are not geared towards something that's going to happen soon. Okay, they're geared towards things that'll happen 5, 7, 10 years out. So this is something that has become extremely something that's close in, that's going to happen tomorrow. So next slide. You've seen this chart before. This is for PJM. It's just amazing. I've been in this industry almost 40 years, and we've seen load growth under 2% for my entire career, sometimes negative. Now we're looking at these kind of numbers. We have an area in PJM, kind of, in the south part, named that has 1 year where they're going to have 8% load growth. 1 year. And just for example, too, their top 10 highest load days, 9 of them were in 2025. Okay, so this is the kind of load growth that we're seeing, and it's unbelievable. I mean, literally in the future, we're probably going to have to build 4 nuclear plants per year just to serve the data centers. So it's just unbelievable. Crypto mining, they're literally taking generators off the system and dedicating them to crypto mining. These are 80 megawatt generators. It's not little solar plants or wind turbines. Next slide, please. So in 2025, because of these large loads that we're having it added here, we're kind of needing a cap pretty quickly in the context of this standard. We facilitated a stakeholder process. That's how PJM does things. We get all our people together and talk about it, submit problem statements and those kinds of things. So there wasn't really a consensus per se on a comprehensive proposal about what we should be doing to serve this load, but we had a couple of things that we hear that I want to talk about that kind of push us down the road of actually meeting these loads in the future. So next slide. One of the things that PJM does is we do our own load forecast. We do not take in all the numbers from all of our members and just add them together. We actually take information from our members, especially about lumpy loads. If there's a new plant coming in or a new data center coming in, we'll take that information in. But we do the final load forecast. And we've been doing a lot of work over the years of doing recursive analysis, where we'll look at how we do our load forecast and then what things do we need to change to make it line up better with the reality that we have. And one of the things we noticed too, that, we had to shorten our historical loads that we had or shorten our exterior weather forecasts because the later years were warmer. So, you know, climate change could be measured in that way almost. So we went from a 30 or 40 year forecast back down to a 20 year to put into our models, and that made them better at forecasting what the next year was. So we'll add a step to in the process to so there's a state review and bring in more of that information related to those large loads that are going to be added, and keep the states in our process, maybe even before we have the final review by our transmission owners. So duplicative requests. So that's more some of these large loads are shopping areas. So they're going to put the same, let's say, 1,000 megawatts of load in 3 or 4 of our different states, or maybe 3 or 4 locations within Virginia, you know, and but they're not going to put all 3 in. They're only going to put 1 in, but they're going to, but from our standpoint, it looks like they're putting 3 in. So, you know, we're going to try to have to weed those out because they think we've been actually pushing that load forecast that you saw there. Finally, by the way, this year we did come out with our load forecast, and it is slightly lower than the previous load forecast. So finally, we've hit a kind of a peak of the forecast that we had. But still, it's unprecedented in the amounts. So additional reviews. So we're going to provide additional industry-specific reviews for PJM load forecast and cross-check with national level forecasts. We've always focused on the economics of the forecast and how load growth would happen that way through houses being built and new factories and that kind of stuff. And transparency to be included in the load forecast. So EDC, electric distribution companies, load serving entities, TOs, must ensure that the customers' NDAs include the ability to share the information with PJM. So there have been we've heard some talk about some people wanting to locate and not passing that information on beyond the connecting company. And we really need to, of course, need to know about that if we're going to do a good job forecasting load. And then we're just going to bring people together to have meetings and talk about this some more when it comes to this future of load in PJM. Next slide, please. So in real time, connect and manage loads. So conduct a stakeholder process to review the load shed allocation process and ensure that large loads are curtailed early on. When I heard about this before, I thought, wow, that's not what we have ever put forth reliability wise. You know, we're always there to serve the load. But you know, we have emergency procedures that the last step is to shed load. And possibly we're in negotiations now to possibly include some of these large loads earlier in that process and to get them off. They have a lot of them have redundancy where they can shift their processing to backup sites and that kind of thing. And in some instances that may help. So I can't believe they're having these kinds of discussions, but they are, you know, and as you can see, additional details will be developed. Nothing has been finalized about this kind of stuff, but it's a possibility. So backstop auction, not really sure what this means, but a special auction about procurement of additional resources. A lot of talk has been going on about the PJM market and the failure of it and that kind of the interconnection process. And right now we have about 25,000 megawatts of generators that are okay to build. You know, we're ready, you know, build. Are you done yet? You know, are you done yet? Well, a lot of them are having procurement problems. That's the biggest thing that we've seen is supply chain. Sure, you know, they say they can build, but then they go and try to order panels, solar panels, and oh yeah, it'll be 3 years, you know, or they try to order breakers or transformers, and it's years and years. And you know, they're not meeting their milestones, and sometimes we're penalizing them because of that. You know, they say they could build and they can't. Next slide. So again, another interconnection track provides some frameworks for load serving entities, large loads to bring their own incremental generation. So some of these loads to get a better spot in the process, we're saying they're saying that they can bring generation with them and supply some of their own load. So we're saying, yep, okay, that's a good thing, and incenting them to be able to do that to get an accelerated process, bring them in. So expect that implementation in August of this year. And then next slide. We're going to do a holistic capacity market review and review the construct of how our capacity market works. It does work pretty well, and it's worked my entire career. We've always had excess capacity. So we've always never worried about this. This is kind of new to us. Right now, we're not going to meet our reserve requirement in 2029. That's 3 years away. So it's, you know, we're going to have to do something. So we're going to see if there's any ways that we can make this market work faster. And it's always been, as I said, being geared towards that 5-year, 7-year, 10-year horizon, and the ability that the generator developers have to meet those kinds of requirements. But it's much more difficult to meet these things in the short term. And that's the last slide. I got my contact information there. But, you know, realize, you know, when you're talking about a cap, well, there's only really 3 solutions to. You got to build more resources, you got to reduce load, or you got to bring in more transfers. You know, that might be building generation to bring in more transfers and stuff, because right now we only have the capability to bring in about 2% of our load. You know, we're pretty big. So that's not going to make a dent much in the process, but you know, those are the 3 ways you can meet a cap: is load, reduce load, build resources, or bring it in from outside. And if you have to, then associated transmission builds, which are billions and billions of dollars to build new transmission to move these kinds of numbers around. So, you know, we're even restarting nuclear units in Pennsylvania. 3 Mile Island's going to restart. So, yeah, those kinds of things are a little outside the box, but that's what we're looking at.
Here, yeah, a lot of interesting points to consider. Of course, as we're looking at what are the potential ways that we can modify CAP. It seems like there's still a lot of conversation about, first of all, what are we studying? What the time frame is that we're studying. Heard earlier that the shorter time frame versus the longer time frame necessitates different actions, mitigation. So just really appreciating the perspectives here from the teams in terms of what types of actions we could take to mitigate particular issues. Of course, those depend on the time frame you're looking at. Interesting, of course, one of the topics we had for this panel was making sure we were looking at the right entities. So if there's a need to modify that, that's type of the information that we want to make sure is getting to the drafting team review over the next few days and coming weeks, getting to a place where we have a solution. In this case, I think there's some conversation still on the resource planners, the transmission planners, just making sure that there is effective communication and coordination. From what I heard across the board today, it's been a lot of need to have effective coordination. However, that's just integration with the planners or whoever's doing the studies, along with the state commissioner, regulatory commission, making sure that we're all in sync with what is the forward view of a particular resolution to some issues. I think we've got some questions online. I would think we would have some questions online related to these, but just wanted to go ahead and share a couple of my thoughts based off of what I've heard here today. Question in the room?
Yeah.
I need a mic or.
Hi, Craig Glazer from PJM. So, Mark, I won't ask you a question. Don't worry about it. But I got a lot of questions for him, but I won't ask them here. But I think one of the key points here, though, is to understand that, first of all, it's a plan. It's not a standard, it's a plan that's corrective action plan. And to the extent it bridges some of these gaps that Chelsea, as you mentioned, I think that's success, quite frankly. So to the extent that people are coming together, and the buck doesn't just stop with the state commissions or any one entity, but to the extent people are coming together, to me, that is the success. That in and of itself is a success. That there's some common understanding, not only of what the concern is, but what are steps needed to address it. And many of them may be beyond anybody in this room to solve. Maybe it's a state legislature, maybe in Washington, maybe it's the local siting authorities, but just a realization of what the problem is, I think is key. So I just, this is a very difficult task, and I respect very much what the drafting team. I guess I would just suggest we don't sort of overthink it. Perfect enemy of the good problem here. I think it's, yes, there has to be someone ultimately responsible because we're submitting it, but really the goal is to get that sort of commonality and consensus. To the extent the drafting team approaches it that way, I think that would be very helpful. Because to me, that's success on agreement, what the issues are, who has the responsibility. Maybe it's in the governor's office, maybe it's the utility, maybe it's at the RTO, maybe it's a combination of those. That to me is a success. And then what NERC is doing in its assessments, seeing is progress being made on the plan. They're not judging the specifics of the plan, is progress being made. So I think those are, to me, just some elements I wanted to put forward, and welcome any comments from the groups.
I mean, I'm certainly willing to bite on that little nugget. I don't think it's a measure of success to just get the two groups in the room. From my experience at Northwestern, that literally would have been Calvin in the hot tub with no water in the bath. They would have checked the box. Yes, we've met. But if the resource planner and like, I'll just say honestly too, like there's not a great relationship between the resource and the transmission planners. So for the resource planners to sit in a room and be like, we've solved all of the transmission planning problems and here's what we're going to do. I don't think that's a very effective way of getting those two groups to work well together. I think the end goal needs to be more than just getting them in a room. It's getting them in a room to come to a common understanding of what the problem and solutions are.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I'm saying that.
Okay.
Yes.
One of the things that I have a difference of opinion on some resource planners and transmission planners getting in the same room. Today, for Michigan, we have two load serving entities. They are both different, and one transmission planner that isn't part of either one of them. So we're all different entities. Yet when they file, and either of the distribution groups files an IRP, we as transmission planners are looking at the functionality of that resource plan. And we're providing feedback on it to the IRP. So it can happen, and it does happen today. But I think ultimately it only works on that specific filing today. It doesn't go out as far as we might want to need to look going forward. So I think that's the big change.
That's the value added. Yeah.
Not an analyst here, but I just want to follow up on one point that you made, Craig, just to emphasize that NERC is in fact not evaluating the content of the action plan. So just very important point there, making sure that there's mitigation in place, that the issues are being studied and evaluated. So I thought that was a great point to raise. I just want to emphasize.
Marcus Hawkins with the Wisconsin Commission. I had just two questions, but then Craig's comment gave me a third one. So I'll go with what Jamie was just talking about. So because I'm unfamiliar with caps, I was really happy that Chelsea brought in some examples. What assurances are there that there won't be an audit that says a cap is sufficient or not? How does that work in other standards?
Yeah, if I, sorry, you want to take that first?
I can take it. Yeah.
Today, we have caps in TPL 1, in TPL 7. We're going to have them in TPL 8. Basically, you identify what the problem is and what a potential solution is. And typically, that standard then says, I am able to, the next year or the next time I run my study, to modify that corrective action plan because I found something better or my problem went away. So I currently, historically, I was forecasting this type of load and in this area. Therefore, I needed to build these facilities to fix it. Now I'm running my study again. My load has shifted to a different area. I don't need this facility anymore. I'm going to build something different. So all you have to do is show that you are identifying what those solutions are to meet the needs down the road. So the expectation in this one would be that you come up with a corrective action plan and the next time or the next year when you do the study again, you can say, is that still appropriate? Or do I need to change it? And why do I need to change it? And what to? So that's the way they've all worked in the past, is you give it your best shot the first time around, you look at various different options, come up with what you're going to recommend. And then if we haven't started construction of something and you put major investment in, we're relooking at it every year going forward until we do start construction, start major investment.
Objective-based requirements, performance-based requirements, and risk-based requirements. So the measure of success of whether or not an objective was met was depending on the language of the requirements. If a corrective action is required to be developed or communicated within a certain time frame, those are the actions of compliance, and those would what would be checked for during an audit. So in the case where we've got language that says develop a sufficient corrective action plan that without any other additional context, that opens up some questions as to whether or not that's going to be a good requirement or not. Now, if there's specifics like have a list of specific thresholds that you include to identify whether or not you have a need for a corrective action, that's going to be something that could be worked on in additional requirements. But straightforward, the measure of compliance is within the requirement language itself, and it's accompanied with measures following that requirement language to give a better context as to what could be used to show that you've met that objective.
Okay. That was all very helpful. Thank you.
There is one more area that if in PRC4, which is the the protection misoperation standard, we developed a whole cap process in there and then split that off into a section 1600 request, periodic data request, where all of those caps are tracked, along with the misoperations, determinations of what happened and all that kind of stuff. So it's a whole separate process now that came out of PRC4 to track caps and to make sure that they are completed, because sometimes you could have some that take an extensive period of time. You're going to replace all of your SELs with GEs or something like that. It's going to take you a good amount of time to do that. So it was put in place to track those longer term ones rather than just, well, this relay blew up, so I replaced it kind of thing as a problem. So it could become that if if we thought that might be a good idea in the future.
Okay, my second question was kind of connecting to the previous panel where there was a lot of recognition that with Kave in the out years, anything beyond 5, a lot of assumptions, you can't trust what you're putting out there. Things change really rapidly. So we recognize that in just a resource adequacy assessment, which is the most basic type of, like, we're literally just counting needs. And then in this energy assurance world, we have been talking about how much more complicated it is. Why is it appropriate for the more complex assessment to have a cap component when we recognize in the basic accounting assessment it's too uncertain now here to do anything. There's a lot of variables. So just like philosophically thinking about that, I sense it, and I would be interested to hear your thoughts on it.
I think I'll just go with the old adage that all models are wrong, but some models are useful. And so in transmission planning, very often you'll see like a 1, a 5, and a 10-year. And the idea is to see there's incremental changes over time. And I think that's what we're trying to get with this standard as well, is to understand how severe the problem is now and how severe the problem very well could be potentially under some reasonable assumptions.
And based on how bad or better it gets, may drive a specific type of solution. So if you're short in 1 year out, you're a little bit shorter in 5, but you're a lot shorter in 10. That may mean that short term you could use one type of solution to get you by, but by the time you get out to the far years, you need a different solution and you need time to get there. So it might be short term, small amounts of of energy is needed. Yeah, we'll import that. We've got some capacity. We can do that. Or we can make a minor modification to the grid and we can do that. But by the time we get out to 10 years out, we're really short now, and we're short at night or we're short at peak. What kind of generation might that mean we need to build to meet that kind of load? And we got to have time to get it built. All those procurement issues on the transmission side, on the generation side, they're all there. So it's just a timing of what makes sense when and how much time does it take us to get there.
I've been on the reliability assessment subcommittee for about 20 years. And we've been looking at resource adequacy for that whole period of time. That's mainly what we do. But there's no resource adequacy standard. Did you ever notice that? You know, it's a rules of procedure thing. You know, so there was no, we would do analysis and report on it. So that was the way that was handled. This is a standard, you know, and it has, a lot of people wanted to have an endpoint, you know, a corrective action plan. That aligns a bit more with TPL, but not necessarily with the resource adequacy assessments of the past. So, you know, it's a difference. And why? I'm not sure I can answer that question, other than that's what was put forth in the SAR.
All right, thanks for that. My final question is related, and I think it's based on something, Mark, that you said earlier. You pointed out that, you know, there was an expectation of the RA construct and PJM falling short. And so a cap is needed, but don't you already know what is needed to just meet the basic RA requirement? Like, why is something else needed? Don't you have the clear problem to fix first?
PJM doesn't need this stinking standard.
But we don't build generation, so we can't get generation.
But as I kind of said, the market is informed by the analysis that we have performed. You can't just go with functional entities like generation owners, because they're the ones that are here already. We need new ones to come in. So you kind of make that public and the market provides that, you know, I was making a joke, but that's the truth of the way that PJM works. You know, the prices start to go up and people go, hey, I can make money. So they build stuff and the prices come down, but that's neither here nor there. But, it's, but that's the incentive of the market.
All right. I'm going to try not to have as many questions as Marcus did, but I do have a few thoughts. And I'm going to try to be helpful, right? Because I'm just sitting here as an outsider who refuses to be on the standard drafting team and who might have authored that SAR. So sorry, but not sorry about it.
Sorry.
So just a few considerations. The consequences of an energy adequacy shortfall or energy shortfall versus a security, TPL type of problem are very different. So they need to have a different view of what type of cap you would put in. So the reason that you have prescriptive ones in a TPL standard is if things go wrong in security, the entire system goes down. It's way worse than you're going to have, load shedding that goes around the room. So I think it's really important to be mindful of that because you can't be comparing and saying that you're going to use these energy assessments and they're going to resolve anything in TPL. Of course they won't. And they aren't as dire. So we have to be careful about using the reliability boogeyman at times when we talk about resource adequacy and energy assessments. And I say that as a resource adequacy girly. So that's just a caution there. My second caution would be, well, I applaud integrated planning and I know it is possible because I come from a world where we did it, not amazingly, but, got a lot closer. I don't know if full integrated planning is really the vision of this or is necessary. I think you can, I think it is, again, just a thought. I know, Chelsea, I knew you were going to do this because we've had these talks. 15 years from now, 10 years from now, do I want the whole world to be able to integrate planning? Absolutely, for sure. Will I say that you have to force it right now and risk not having anything at all? That would scare me. So I would be cautious about trying to push too much too soon because you can have revisions to the standard and we can keep evolving. So I said those are kind of things. Those are my hot takes. You guys take them as you will. Just some outsider perspectives, but I'll try to be helpful. So what can you do in terms of the caps? What can you actually do? And I think there's probably two kind of pathways to consider. The first is, and I don't know if this would even be allowed. Jamie, you'll tell me if this is allowed or not with caps. But maybe we have to have like an if then kind of thing, right? We need to think about the different regulatory constructs and say like, if you're in this kind of regime, then it's kind of like this. If it's this kind of regime, it's like that, because it might look different. So I haven't plotted them all out and drawn it all, but I think there's some Venn diagrams and things that could be done here so that you understand all of the different kind of permutations and work through it. The second cap that I might put forth is, given like the discussions we had this morning, you're not going to be able to put in a cap that says, hey, now go build generation, right? That's not going to be able to happen. But can you say, identify all the other things and quantify what those can do so you know what remaining generation is a must and be able to communicate that? I think that's possible. So other things, can you get more fuel? Would you, I don't know, put in grid enhancing technologies if it's a deliverability thing? Those are kind of the ones that I think are possible to list out. And those are almost all things that don't go into your IRP. They don't get capitalized. They are actually really good operational tools that we could possibly put forward. Or if you are in PJM or in a market, go and revisit your market design and make sure that it is fit for purpose, which, takes 10 years to do. I come from Ontario. It took us a very long time, but it's okay to flag it. So those are just some ideas.
Awesome. I'm going to hop first.
I knew you would. I'm here for it.
So, the whole notion of integrating your long-term transmission planning and your resource planning, I know we can't tell other people what to do, but personally, I would just love to see that. I get to represent a lot of different groups in the Western Power Pool. We've got Northern Grid for FERC Order 1000. And what happens is people will come up with a projection for Northern Grid for FERC 1000 Order 1000 planning purposes. And then the West Tech effort comes about and they go, oh, West Tech. Oh, that's just so lovely. Let's give them a different projection. And then they come out with their local area plan and they have yet another projection. And what happens is now these utilities are saying, wow, for the same 10-year future, I might have 2% load growth, I might have 5%, I might have 10% load growth. And that just is wildly inconsistent. And it just feels like this is ripe for the time to really think about integrating those types of planning processes. But as I was visiting with Lane earlier, like it's like being a parent, you can't tell another parent like when to potty train their kids, right? Like you can't, right? And as much as you want to tell that 5-year-old who's walking around in an adult diaper, like, oh, buddy, you're not quite ready for the world yet. Like you don't get to say those things. It's a huge lift. It's a huge lift to go and integrate these two planning departments. It makes a lot of good sense, but it's also a huge ton of work. And there's some utilities that are just like, no, we think there should be two different resources and two different futures, even though we're the same utility. So that's my comment on the long-term resource and transmission planning. The one thing about the markets that I just, it cringes. In the Western Interconnection, we are not an ISO. We're basically 38 different BAs that operate as 30 different ISOs, essentially, right? Like we can't just force an ISO or a market-based solution for the cap the way it is in the West.
Was not suggesting that. The first maybe if that really
Right.
market, maybe that's what it is. But if you're like
right,
EA sitting in WEC, it might look a little different. And if you are, fully vertically integrated, here's what it looks like, and here's actually what it might mean, in terms of your regulatory process.
And I think some of the other standards that have come about, like TPL 8, for example, looking at extreme weather events, you can't just look at your own system, right? So there's a regional component to TPL 8 that says thou shalt coordinate with your neighbors. There's nothing that doesn't say that we can't coordinate with our neighbors. And maybe that's a component that we're needing is because if we're saying on the short term, like, oh, I'm going to rely on my neighbors, but if my neighbors are also saying in the short term, they're going to rely on me, that seems ripe for coordination, because if we're both saying, I'm going to rely on you, we're both up a creek if an event happens. And so I think there's a real possibility for more coordination without necessarily, and I really like the tone of this, not being prescriptive or overly prescriptive with the solutioning.
There was just one piece I'd like to follow up on, because Anna did ask me a question, I think, on when it comes to the particulars of and either this or that. That's something that's always able to be done. But I did like something that Craig said earlier, just in terms of we don't need to overcomplicate it. If the objective is met, regardless of the regulatory environment that they find themselves in, some specific type of coordination has to occur. Then we don't need to mandate into the requirement language. But if we find that we do need to, after going through and having those conversations with them and involved, it's possible that we pursue that. But I don't think we'd start there. But yeah, always an option.
And one of the things that was written in there is for WEC, for other areas where there are a tremendous number of small entities, they are allowed without any trouble to work together. So they can partner up with 4 or 5 other entities and do one study and then figure out, okay, who needs to do what for the corrective action plan. So that was written in to facilitate that. It's doubtful that the MISOs and PJMs will work together. They're already fairly large. But yeah, we did take into consideration the fact that there are small entities. For each and every one of them to have to do an assessment is probably a heavy lift. But yeah, doing it together probably would work.
Just on the entities, yeah, it was discussed, the drafting team, WEC, and I think CERC having a whole bunch of little entities and how that does to allow, do you create another entity in the work functional model, super resource planner or super planning coordinator or something like that, where they would be responsible, where somebody like even WEC creates a separate entity to do the study. I think that was mentioned. That might be a way of doing this, that you would do a regional study, and then it would be separate from the WEC organization. One way to do it, look up the acronyms here. The other, that's more a comment, but the other one is on the corrective action plan. The name CAP already appears to be a bit of a lightning rod. Can we move away from that? Can we create another acronym, a recommended action plan?
We already have the RAP.
Yeah, yeah, or yeah, right. But I'm sure we can create. There's probably a few acronyms that haven't been used out there. I had a PAP and a SAP or SAP, but anyhow, proposed action plan, and make it clear that it's not mandatory to build like this. I think maybe that would take some of the, and I'm speaking for state regulators, and I can't do that, but something that would put an extra degree of separation in there to make it clear that this is not a requirement to build. That might be an option.
I guess I'll just add in the Western Interconnection, we've been talking, right, the 38 different BAs. I've heard a phrase that kind of illustrates to me kind of the thinking about a shared rate or a shared processes, right? And if we think about the states in the Western Interconnection, we basically have the coastal states, right? The Oregon, Washington, California that have vastly more aggressive and lofty goals for renewable portfolio standards than say you do the states in the eastern half of the Western Interconnection. And so I've heard this phrase of like the East are the rate takers and the West are the rate makers. And that's awful, right? That is just awful. But I think it's illustrative of the different thinkings of the different states. Montana has a very much like a not in my backyard, right? Like we will take care of our own. We're not taking care of California. We're not taking care of Washington. Like we're going to take care of our own. And so when folks start saying like, we need like a Western Interconnection wide resource planner, I just start thinking about like, oh my gosh, we are going to cause a divide, like a civil war between the East and the West in the Western Interconnection alone, just by trying to say like, we all have to be under the same umbrella. So to the extent that we provide the flexibility for people to comply, but to still to create the opportunities where it's meaningful for them, I think is really good. But going towards that, like, hey, let's put everybody under one umbrella, I think we'd get a ton of resistance.
Well, speaking from the one umbrella place, if I'm a resource planner and I need to talk to a transmission planner, I look in the mirror. So we are the same thing. So we do that kind of work all the time to integrate all the transmission or all the generation that needs to be in PJM, and have been doing that since the beginning. It was the whole point of the process of PJM. But Kelly made that comment, and that's something I've been thinking about. CAP is the problem. Okay, the CAP is a very short definition, and if you look at it, and what I've heard a lot of people talk about is, well, it's kind of it's a cap, but then you do this. Well, I'm sorry, then it's not a cap anymore. That's the way the NERC glossary works. Okay, you can't shade it. Okay, you have to create something new. And CAP was created not for this, it was created for a different reason, where solutions were very straightforward. This is not. So something else has to happen, I think. And I think I really, this is my own opinion here, but I am on the standard drafting team. That, we could have something that starts a process. Maybe that's what comes out of the standard. It's something that kicks off the process to gather more resources or some other solution.
We call it a CARP, a corrective action resource plan.
We could come up with all kinds of.
Except for the
we saw that
drafting
name
for
the
the
standard.
acronym.
Come on.
Tom Buttes, Minnesota Power. Of course, what you do with the carp is you smoke it. I just have kind of this, just this continuing concern about, are we adequately studying the system? And I think that this helps address some of that. On the market side, I have a huge quandary with, if resource needs are identified and it's within a market time, your time for being able to develop it is so abbreviated. And so I think that, listening to Anna, just the concern, like, we have essentially at the core, we have different expectations that people have from a policy level. And we're getting ripped into two different pieces of, like, it's no big deal. Renewable 100% yesterday, check the box, you're out of here. But then we know the reality of what happens in the flows and how does that really accomplish from a reliability perspective. And so I guess I feel like there needs to be some sort of meaningful process that just says, here's a study, and then you have to show that you're making progress on reliability, because it's so complicated. I think that's the nature of what makes it so hard. But I think doing nothing or getting in a quandary back and forth because we can't decide how severe it should be, it feels like we're going to be left vulnerable to, if something really happens, we're going to be sitting here saying, blah, 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 we didn't figure it out. And then, I mean, these winter events are real. It's a very real issue. We're talking about polar vortex, very cold. And then we got push for electrification. You got spikes of electricity because people now their heat pumps won't. You've got some real issues on how is this really going to keep up. And so I guess I just kind of urge continued progress towards some level of study that really makes sense here and not get called quandary and who's making the call.
If I may, I can't help myself but jump in on that one. I really appreciate the comments there, Thomas, when it comes to making sure that we make language in the standard that is broad enough but clear enough to be measurable. We want to make sure that we're building in accommodations for different market designs or vertically integrated utilities. At the end of the day, a CAP is some set of mitigation actions. We need to know that the problem's being evaluated and followed up on in some capacity, making sure that we're not missing those things. I think there was message earlier on, like, maybe 1 hour or 2 hours here and there isn't as extensive, but if you end up with escalating issues or more pervasive issues that you're able to identify, that's cause for concern and cause to at least raise the flag. We need to pay attention to this. So just really appreciate that. Don't know if there's any other thoughts from the team.
All right.
Questions online?
All right. So we did receive some questions, but they are directed towards the drafting team to answer. So we'll forward that to the drafting team and we'll answer those offline. So as of right now, we don't have any questions for the panelists at this moment. Online.
Okay. Well, I mean, we have them up here now. We've got a couple minutes remaining, so speak now, forever hold your peace. Really want to just thank everyone here on this for being open to the conversations with, like, what is corrective actions. It's going to be a lot of work still to do. I'm really excited to see what the drafting team put together. But just if you could all give me a hand and round of applause. Anything